Oh, yeah. Oh, it's time for more demos, baby. Oh, we got a lot to get through. Oh, shit. We're gonna try and see as many as possible, yeah.
Oh, shit. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Hope you guys are all doing well. Ready for more Steam Next Fest demo days. Oh, yes, a celebration of upcoming games. Whee!
Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again.
Don't.
You motherfucker, you.
You motherfucker. That's right. Suppose I'll get on screen here. What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we are on day 4 of Steam Next Fest demo days. We got today and tomorrow to get through as many of these as possible. So, fucking what do you say, man? Do you want to just jump right in? Because we got, we added so many more already. Yes, we added a bunch more to the list. And we are down to, let's see. $136. We have cut the list down to 136 games. Here it is. A-sides are the ones I didn't wish list before the next fest, and B-sides are the ones I did wish list. So we've got 98 on the A side and 38 on the B sides. And these are the ones that are already played. Yeah. I thought my new dryer was shrinking my clothing. Turns out it was my refrigerator all along. Yeah. You don't put your dry clothes or your wet clothes in the refrigerator. It'll shrink them right up, man. Terrible. The list gets longer by the day. Yes, it does. Because I keep getting suggestions. I keep getting suggestions. Ugh. So big.
That list
is too big. Thank you, Covarian. Thank you for the 8 months. Zeke, would you rather have to choke back vomit for 10 minutes or choke back a turd for 10 minutes? Ooh, I really got to puke or I really got to shit, and I got to hold one of them for 10 minutes. I had the turd one this morning. It fucking sucked. Well, the turd one, like, here's my thing. Like, with vomit, if it's gonna happen, you can aim it somewhere. I'm not saying you leave. Like, I'm guessing you're in a situation where you can't relieve yourself. Like a line of the DMV or some shit. At least with vomit, if it actually comes out, you can aim it at the floor or something like that. With a shit, you just have to shit your pants. And then you have to sit in that, I'm guessing. I don't know which one would be like... I don't puke a lot. I do shit every day-ish, give or take. I don't know which one is more pressing. Which one is more difficult. Lenny, thank you for the 26 months. Am I going to play the P4 remake? No. I'm just going to say no right now. I played through P4. I'm good. Did I finish that? I finished that. I finished P4 and P5, but I never finished 3. I've held this shit way longer than 10 minutes. I would think holding a shit would be easier than holding a vomit, because vomit is your body's way. Well, they're both your body's way of expelling things, but vomit is emergency mode for your body. Your body's like, this is poison or something, like I'm like inside of me, something like you shit every day. So your butt gets used to holding one in when you need to. But holding in a puke, man, that'd be rough. I'm going to go holding a turd. If I had to choose one to hold in for 10 minutes, it would be a poopy. But both would suck. Both would suck. Where's my Nobel Prize? How, Zeke, when do you add new games to demo? How close to the stream? Oh, I do them. I've been doing them in the morning before I start. Since I get up earlier now, I have a couple hours where I just kind of sit and chill. I've been adding them to the list like an hour before stream. So that's what I've been doing. Can you imagine how bad Scott's wishes would be if he met a genie? No shit, dude. Or yes shit. Lots of shit. I'm guessing half of his wishes would have something to do with poop, because he thinks about it constantly for some reason. I don't know why. Very weird. All right. You guys ready? Let's roll some dice. 98. We got, oh fuck, we got so many games. So many games. Whoops. Okay. Roll 1D 98. What's the first game on today? Is he going to pick out some demos that you want to try and put on the list for tomorrow, or will it be a normal indie day? Oh, no, it's going to be demo days tomorrow. It's going to be just more demos. That's why I have the right side, though. Prince Ali. This B-side, when I roll one and the other, the B-sides are ones that I want to check out and I already wish listed. The A-sides are ones I don't know anything about, and you guys suggested or Deb suggested. So that's why there's two sides. All right. Oh, it looks like two. What is it? A Fighters Nova. Endara? Fuck is this?
Any primers in chat? I love demo days, Z-Club.
A narrative-driven JRPG? Man, no. We can do better than that. No, I'm first up, first veto. Done. All right, 97. All right. I'm sorry, narrative-driven JRPG. It's a free demo if you want to go fucking play it. That's why I don't feel bad about vetoing this shit, because if you want to fucking check it out, you can. It's free. Well, Pox, thank you for 25 months. I ain't playing that shit. You do it. Exactly. Exactly. Why'd you add it to the list then? Because I add all of them to the list. I don't even look. There's too many to like go through. I don't want to fucking do that. I'd rather just do it in front of you. And you know, let you like make you feel bad about it. Like, oh, you could have seen this game. Oopsies, sorry. Guess not. All right. 74 is Sorcery. There we go. Action roguelike. Let's do it. Oh, let's copy it. Paste it. And then delete it. There you go. Okay. Well, what is Sorcery? Sorcery, wait. Let me change that. SWORDCERY. Sorcery. Okay. Colossal Blade has pierced the earth.
Let's put them
Unleashing a storm of enchanted swords from the heavens. Collect and wield an arsenal of these spellbound blades turning them against every force, or turning them against the very force that summoned them. In this roguelike ARPG, you will defy the celestial evil consuming the world. This one was developed and published by Temple Door Games.
It's the game
Coming
with
soon.
a lot of soul.
All right. Coming soon. Hashtag game. It's in the game command now, Khalith. Or anybody. I put the link in the game command. So. Yep, there it is. All right, let's play. This seems like a controller game too. Maybe. Thank you, Royce. That Kermit gave is just... I don't get it. Okay. I'm light attacking. Let's go. Enemies' unflinchable attacks indicated by a star are uninterruptible by light attacks. Press and hold. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, press that. Whoops. Interact. Hold left trigger to discover each sword's unique sorcery ability. Hold that to switch swords. Okay. Okay. Press Y to teleport to cleared rooms. Teleport to the south room. Oh, open the mini map. Oh, and then there. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Go in there. That big glowing door, go in there. I'm not planning on checking out anything. It's just a roll of the dice. That's how I keep it fair for everyone who's suggesting things. Oh, do I not have that? The sword I got before? I don't. Okay. Nope. Oh, these guys have like a super shield on them, huh? Oh. God damn it. Huh. These guys are terrible with the shields and that shit. There you go. Okay. The paper katana. Oh. Haha. Shoots out paper airplanes. And then its special move is like a dash attack. Okay. Did you ever have that one lawyer in your hometown that had that annoying slogan or catchy tune? Yes, I did. In Denver, not here anymore, but in Denver we had a harmonica playing finance guy. He wasn't a lawyer, but he was a harmonica playing finance guy, David Biondo. It's fucking all over the fucking radio. It's crazy. Spawn post in anticipation. Shall you show it your blades? Oh. Okay. I sacrifice that, and what do I get? You already have an active respawn flame. The spawn stone will not accept any sacrifices. Oh, this is like, oh, I respawn here if I give it a sword then. Okay. Okay.
Mel Gibson uses a Christian computer. Jesus is hacking with me. Jesus, take the keyboard.
Keyboard.
But what about 877 cash now?
1877 cash now. It's my cash and I want it now. Okay. You died. Use respawn flame. There we go. Okay. Wow, okay. You cannot dash through them. They will body block you.
1877 Cars 4 Kids. KARS Cars 4 Kids. 1877 Cars 4 Kids. Donate your car today.
Pick a sword class, roll new upgrades, or choose to enhance the one you already have. Titan sword. There you go. Let's see. One gigantic damaging cleave. Okay, sure. But that does me no good because I don't have a Titan sword. Oops. Nope, ouch. Nope. You died. Okay, return to town. Repair, upgrade, and unlock. Divinium is a rare resource you'll discover during your runs. It can be used to help the townspeople rebuild shops, which unlock the ability to spend Divinium on permanent upgrades for Colt, new swords, and new relics can appear. So don't forget to take a peek around town. Obelisk pulses gently, exuding an air of curiosity as if it had a secret to share. There you go. Okay, so I have a skill point. Maximum dodges by 1. Oh, cooldown of heavy attacks. Okay, max dodge, max sorcery. Do it. Yep, there you go. My obelisk also pulses. What's your deal? And what dazzling thought have you bravely assembled for me today? I'd say it's good to see you, but I'd make it a rule not to lie before midday. Okay, I'll be leaving. Fuck you. Let's give it another shot. Oh, don't dodge. Okay. Oh, well. What's the name of the game? Holly. Holly, it's been in the upper left corner forever. I'm just fucking with you, dude. Ow. Hey, ow, jeez. Calm down, bro. Who's that? Prince Ali giving a sub to Jenny Talia. Oh, Jenny. So good to see you, Jenny Talia. Short sword gains a divesting light attack combo ending slash. Okay, is that what I have? I don't even know what I have. It is a short sword, okay. There it is, okay. So I do get a little slashy slash. Ooh. Oh, the Apex Shredder. Great sword. Using Apex Predator sorcery causes Chomsky to surge forward, snapping into motion and taking a massive bite of enemy foes. Yeah, I'm getting that for sure. Okay, so that's your heavy. Okay, so your magic attack is like water. Okay. Well, that's fun. Well, goddamn. Oh, okay. So it is real slow though. Okay. I got 50 ruggles. Oh. There, that takes care of their magic there. Or their shield barrier. Ruggle for your thoughts? All right, we'll do one more run. See where we can go. Oh, Alligator Fuckhouse, I didn't even thank you for the 89 months. Thank you for the 89 months. Oh, okay. Oh, it's because I'm targeting the wrong guy. Okay. Short sword heavy attack is now a chargeable spin slash that hits multiple times. Sure. Let's go. That's fun. The Sizzling Skewer or the Fed Executioner? A successful usage of his sorcery, Fed Executioner creates a barrier that trips weaker foes and corrugated fibers, immobilizing. Yep. It's a short sword too. Oops. There we go. B. Hold down the B and get the switchies. Okay. Okay. Commander Peep! 10 months. Thank you, Commander Peep. Ah, you prick! Oh my god, this guy's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well. Okay. That was Sorcery.
Every night
It's a roguelike.
needs
It's a game. It's a roguelike game that functions pretty well. All right. Next, we're gonna roll on the B-sides. 1D38 now. Oops. Come on. 1D38. What do we get? 12. Hey, Swedish Meatball with 32 months. Thank you, Swedish Meatball. 12 it is, and it's gonna be De Solas. De Solas. Copy. Delete. Paste. Yeah. DESOLAS. SOLUS. Whoops, my bad. There we go. Okay. Let's get her downloaded. All right, explore a city of Gothic architecture torn between past and future in Desolus, a first-person puzzle game. Solve Escher-like puzzles. Oh, that's right. Solve Escher-like puzzles through the use of black holes. Travel through time to make structures whole and save the city from ruin. De Solas. This one was developed by Mark J. Mayers. And no publisher, I guess. Says it's coming soon. Coming soon. Yeah, MC Escher. Looking forward to some crazy stairs. If it doesn't have crazy stairs, I'm going to be upset. Oh, there we go. Play the demo. Okay. No run. Yeah. I'll go in. Happy Friday to you, Delicia. Okay. So I can't jump off. Invisible walls. Okay. I think that's what I was supposed to do. Oh, well, okay. Master volume, that's it. Okay, so I put that back. And then, yeah, okay. So you go into the other realm and you fix what's broken in this realm. There we go. Hello, gamers. Maybe someone has information on date when GTA 6 will be playable on PC. And what? I think you're in the wrong chat. I think you need to be in JP's chat if you want, like, that kind of shit. Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay. Maybe. No, not quite. Not quite. Not quite. Not quite. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm out. I'm out. We're all good. Everything's fine. Nothing is fucked. Oh, no. Take that out of that world. There you go. Put that in this world. There you go. Aha! There we go. All right. Don't you ever call me a gamer. Oh, okay. So that reveals that. Okay. What did you just do? Nope. Do this. There we go. Haha. Now we got it. The Mirrored Garden. Okay. Oh, that's this making the noise. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'll stand on that. Okay. Blorp. No jumpies. No sprinties. Jumpies and sprinties would be nice, but not absolutely necessary. I would like it. Zeke, if you're a black hole, what would you keep inside yourself? Literally everything. Okay, turn that off. Oh, come on. Even the butt plug? Is there a legendary butt plug that is just called the butt plug? There we go.
fart bubble, come fart bubble, come fart bubble, come fart bubbles in my mouth.
I primarily here for boobs, farts and cob jokes.
Yep.
Games are secondary. Smile, smile, less than 3, less than 3.
Thank you very much, Baylor. I appreciate it. Smile, smile, less than 3. Thank you for the tip. Please don't talk about black holes, or don't just talk about black holes. White holes, antimatter too. That was a good joke. I do not mind that joke. That was a pretty good joke. But is it though? That joke sucked the life out of me. That joke hit my brain, and both the joke and my brain annihilated themselves. That's a little bit longer to go for that, I think, but you get what I'm saying. We can let's workshop that. Let's workshop that one. Yeah. Let's do that. Oh, I need to. Man, it'd be nice to jump over that rail, save some time. There we go. Okay. That'll do. Bloop. So this is one of those that it gives you a new mechanic for every land, like the mirrored gardens. You have to like deactivate 2 of the nodes to get through the gate. Next one will have a different mechanic. That open? It is open. Easy peasy. Dundee done. Yeah, definitely a vibes game. Do you like the vibe? It's pretty chill. Okay. Oh, there we go. Mm-hmm. Really? Oh. Okay, so that one puts a cage around that fucking thing. undo this. Come over here. Yeah, there's nothing connecting those guys. There we go. There we go. Now we got a stairway leading up to the middle one at least. Bzz. Now we need one leading up to the middle. Yep, that'll do. That'll do, pig. No stairway? Denied. Yes, come back, piano music. We miss you. It's so quiet here. Bzz. Oh, God damn it. Let me down. Now, is that stairway still up in the other world? It is. Good, good, good. Okay. Point. We did it. I'm actually wondering if the music bugged out. It might be. Okay. That's good. Good. I ain't mad at it. De Solas. I get the game. I get what it's about. I hear music. Is that bad? Should you guys aren't hearing that? I'm hearing it. It's constantly there. All right. Next game we're gonna check out is 1D96 away. 1D96. 78. Let's check it. What we got here? The Granny Detective Society. Oh shit, yeah. We're in for a fucking party now. That one was just added today. All right. Put that guy right there. Pick it up. Granny Detective Society. Boom.
The other day I was innocently looking out my window. Okay, fine, I admit it. I had a camera. But at the same time, there was this neighbor. He looked suspicious. So I did what any grandmother would have done in my place. I took his picture and started
Okay, so this one is basically Rear Window Simulator with mice, I guess.
That's the uniform of the florist across
Play as Madeline, a retired granny recruited by the Granny Detective Society, basically the FBI, but add dentures. Okay. Investigate your neighbors, figure out their names and professions, and uncover all their secrets in this no murder detective game. Oh, full of white hair and mugs of tea. God damn it. This one was developed and published by Team
A whole different level.
Emprentes.
I investigate
Emprientes.
tea,
Not sure how to say it.
spy. I
It says it's coming in 2027. So let's give it a look. The Biscuits and Secret demo? What song has been stuck in your head? Me singing Kiss from a Rose? You did it to yourself, you piece of shit. Fantas Longhorn, thank you for the 65 months, by the way.
I've had quite the full life. Perhaps a bit too full. Travels, parties, work. Oh, so much work. Not exactly the kind of marathon you run with a baby on your hip or a lover in your suitcase. I sprinted through life, and once I crossed the finish line, there I was, all on my own, to celebrate the victory. Oh, don't get me wrong, though. I'm happily alone, and I do know how to fill my days.
She killed
My
her
little
husband.
Thing, watching the youngsters from the neighborhood. Well, let's be clear. At my age, a youngster is anyone who can walk without a frame. But they're lovely, aren't they? All full of life, running, shouting, bickering. And me? I document it all from my window. It's like watching a teleseries. Only this one doesn't try to sell me incontinence pads between scenes.
The Poison Buffet. Who
And
drugged their neighbors to
speaking of
sleep?
which, the neighbor across the hall has people over tonight. And my little finger tells me there's going to be some excitement.
Oh. Oh, I can zoom in. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's back out. There. Nope, or not. Take a photo. I would love to take a photo. Oh God! You take a photo. You can't take a photo of the group. You take a photo of.
Rises on the same stage.
Okay.
The actors repeat their lines, word for word, never realizing they're just echoing themselves. Maybe that's what retirement really is.
Oh, someone's a
A
YouTube
play
star. Look at that.
without a director. Where
Got the
even
play button.
audience has forgotten it's part of the show. But I never quite got the script, so curtain, music, and back to the start.
Oh, okay. Oh, back to the start. There we go. All right, she put the pizza down. She took a picture of it. She's an influencer. All right. Pause. Job. Influencer. Job.
Jobs, like a blanket. Some wrap themselves
Oh,
up
I don't
in it,
know.
Others hide beneath it.
Okay. Oh my God, you actually do a crossword? I took my new dog to the beach today. I realized how now it was not a good idea to name him Shark. Yeah. Do you like to drink just to chill out, or are you the I'm drinking and getting pissed drunk kind of guy? If you drink to chill, what did you go to drink? I don't really drink to chill. The only time I really drink is to get I don't get drunk every time, but I do drink to get a buzz on. I don't drink to just relax. It seems like, I mean, alcohol doesn't taste good enough for me to be like, this is nice. You know, like lemonade. Like lemonade, like you drink, it's like, that's nice lemonade. I drink a beer and I'm like, I'm gonna have to have like 3 or 4 of these to make these make this worth it. And then I get loud and get timed out at a bar. Like literally timed out at a bar. Oh.
Oh, another rose. How sweet.
Oh. Looks like you've got... Is that gardening tools or plumbing tools? You got a rose. Yeah, you got to be a gardener. Right? Wait. Wait a minute. What the fuck? That's a different person. Where's... No, the deer was the influencer. Am I only allowed to have 2 pictures? What the fuck happened to the picture of the deer that I had? Oh, I did. Oh my god. Okay, so it's I'm hugging her. Oh Jesus! I thought I was taking a picture of the rabbit or the deer in the picture. There, you're the influencer. There we go. Okay, okay. I thought I was taking a picture of her, not the other rabbit. You. There we go. Okay. Okay, your job is you are a florist. Think?
Some work to live, others live to work.
Maybe a plumber? I don't know, you have that thing. Okay. Okay. Congratulations, 3 correct deductions confirmed. Okay. You found that a stranger is influencer. You found a stranger is plumber. You found that a stranger is dating a stranger. Thank you. How do I validate 3 pieces of information? When you have defined 3 true pieces of information, name, job, relationship, in your detective board, a validation screen appears and you confirm your information. Is it locked in? You can safely move on. Okay. Okay.
Now, these 2 are linked by a thread. We've only to find out its color.
Oh, someone is saying don't eat the brownies. Oh. Okay. You poisoned him. Who was the intended target? You. What was poisoned? Yes. Where are they getting names from? Okay, so those three were the ones. All right. So, poisoned was everybody but... There you go.
And there we are. Another investigation
shit.
neatly wrapped up. Nothing left now but to enjoy the satisfaction of a job well done with a nice cup of tea, a crossword puzzle, and a letter. Since when is there a... Dear Madeleine, we have been carefully observing your activities for several months now. Your discretion, analytical mind, and natural talent for social
Oh, I have a double in column B?
profiling
Okay, I'll
have
look at it.
captured our full attention. After deliberation by the committee, we are delighted to inform you of your admission into the Granny Detective Society. Your initiation ceremony will take place tomorrow
Ceremony.
at 2 p.m. at our headquarters.
Yeah.
Inside this envelope, you will find directions to our HQ, photographs proving the legitimacy of our organization, and a brochure introducing our secret society. See you tomorrow. P.S. Suzette is bringing the biscuits, Annette the cake. You can bring drinks if you'd like.
And there it is. The Granny Detective Society, a cozy little detective game. That was fun. That was good. Not mad at it. What do I have on there that's twice? Oh, meaningless random numbers. Whoops. Okay. Let's delete the cells and shift up. There we go. Cool. Sure. I love short little demos. I do too. I didn't get all the information that I was supposed to get, but I figured it out without it because I'm fucking smart, or just lucky. All right. 1d36 time. 36. A 3. What do we got? Ooh, Bulbo's Belief System. I've been meaning to check this out. This one looks good. Okay. Delete cells. Shift up. And paste. Perfect. All right.
The other day I was innocently looking out my window.
There we go.
Okay, fine.
Now this game I like because it's like you solve puzzles by making him believe like gravity exists or it doesn't and that kind of shit. It's great. I think that's a cool, neat idea. All right, let me get that put up top here. Bulbo's Belief System. Cool. All right. Bobo's Belief System is a puzzle platformer where knowledge is both a tool and an obstacle. Bobo believes everything he's told, letting him see, move, and interact, but he can forget, erase walls from existence, ignore gravity, and manage conflicting beliefs to solve cute, mind-bending challenges. This is due to come out in November, developed and published by Abstract Digital, who I know Abstract Digital, don't I? Tormented Souls, okay. No, I played one of their games, Tormented Souls. This is a very different game than that. Did I even download it? I didn't, because I'm a dipshit. Okay. Let's do that right now. We can go. More puzzle games. I love puzzle games. There's a lot of puzzle games on my side of the B side of the board because I love puzzle games. Like the Thinky Direct or whatever was my probably most wishlisted showcase. And Bobo is a flat earther if you tell him he is. Okay. This is Bobo. He doesn't believe in anything, but that will soon change. Jordan believed in walking, and now this was the only thing in Bobo's mind. By walking near the hammer-headed individual, Bobo believed in walls, in a wall. This wall was now blocking victory. Maybe we could help Bobo forget about the wall. Click on the belief inside his thought bubble while keeping away from Wally. There you go, see? Boba was isolated, but he didn't understand the gravity of the situation. So he doesn't believe in gravity. But now he does. Damn it. He learned to grab and throw. How about you? Oh, fuck. I need to believe in gravity again. Damn it. Yeah, it's a soft lock. There's gonna be a lot of soft locking. Okay. You can use Control C, push yellow undo button not to restart the whole level. Oh, okay. Everything that goes up. Jumping. The TV told Bobo he needed to forget about grabbing and throwing, so he forgot. Okay. Bobo knew that he had to come this way, but how? There you go. Damn it. Damn it. Now what do I do? Hey, Newton is here. Yay! He thinks too much about falling. Yay! Missing flag. Okay, she puts the flag back. Shit. He can only believe in 4 things at a time, so that's probably good. What the No! Bobo! Bobo, no! Okay. There we go. Ignoring walls. Well, that's a wall. Why does that exist? Y'all are coming with me. I'm gonna forget about gravity for a minute. Oh, I guess I'm gonna forget about gravity forever. Fuck. Ah, shit, I need gravity. Oh, oh no! There's no gravity person here! Shit! Well, I need gravity to drop down here. No! Yeah, there you go. Oh, I gotta be on the same level with him? God damn it. Okay, I believe in walls. I believe in Harvey Dent. Okay. So I need jumping. No. No, I need grab and throw. No, damn it! No, here, come here. You go over there. Close enough. No, wrong guy! Shit! Dude, stop. Come here. There. Don't go so far. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot about jumping. Shit. Okay, if I get rid of grab and throw. There we go. Okay. I probably did. That was probably more complicated than it needed to be, but I got it. Limited space. Empty is just an opinion. Bulbo needs to avoid getting the idea of gravity from the TV before crossing this hole. Did you just try making Bulbo jump? Didn't you read my message on the gravity of the situation? Why the fuck is that wall there? There we go. As seen on TV, Bobo loves his friend, and this avoids that he forgets while carrying them around. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Getting your friends away from TVs is enough to learn from them. Keeping them near is enough to avoid forgetting. Bobo did something that was forbidden. That makes me kind of proud. So if I forget about gravity, oh, damn it. The TV is teaching you something instead of all those damn somethings. What's in heaven? Oh, I don't have jump. Okay. Afterlife. Oh, Frog saw Bulbo, told Bobo about the afterlife. That sounds ominous. Bobo learned mortality and watch. What happened? Where are we? Are we dead? This is heaven? An eternal stay watching a TV teaching us how to jump? I don't believe in the afterlife anymore. Just kidding. Did we die and come back? Are we zombies? I like that. That's great. Math, why? Look, that's Summy. He always helps others believe belief be more powerful. Oh, so we got double gravity now. Oh, wait. Oh, walking times 2. Oh no, I need jump times 2. How do I? Oh, I just forget about that. There we go. Okay. You need to know that good jumping needs good landing. Let's go. Yeah, if they ever give you 2 times afterlife, I wonder what that would be. What did Bobo just learn? Teleportation? What does that mean? And why are those portals the same color as his beliefs? order beliefs change the behavior of the portals. Who knew that when knowing something was going to be important? Ah, red goes in yellow. Okay. Oh. Red goes to purple. There we go. You know, teleportation should be called telepathy. Boo. Boo. Hey, Wally's back. I wonder what he's been up to. No jump. And grab and throw. Oh, shit. Oh, I know what I need. That's what oh, fuck. That's what I needed. Okay. So I need you. Come over here. And then... I'll forget about that. No, I need waltz times 2. God damn it. Shit. Now I need fucking gravity. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. No, they're down there. No. Nope. Son of a bitch. There. There you go. And I don't believe in gravity yet, so we're good. Let's go. Yo, Kill Gregor, thank you for the 7 months. Poor ortals. Poo, they're poo ortals. Reese Ortega is here. She wants you to go to the flag to see if there really is cake. Ah, cake. Oh, fucking crap. Oh, it's fine. I believe in jumping now, so. There. But I don't believe in gravity. Boom! Fuck yeah, let's go. The cake. Sorry, Bobo, there is no cake, but we need to tell you something much more important. Bobo, this is Timey, the portal guy. He can help you get to me. Now I can tell you about Redacted, and also about Redacted. Please, Bobo, be Redacted. Let's meet over the Steam. Danger. Wall looks dangerous. You could flatten yourself, Bobo. Okay. There we go. Afterlife times 2. Oh, I can't. Shit. Oh, I didn't. Damn it. Oh, God damn it. I stopped believing in gravity. Shit. Oh, did I ever believe in gravity? I did. Okay. Huh. Nope, not on that. This. There we go. Okay. Oh, 2 TVs because I believe in it. Or no, I don't believe it in twice. And there it is. Got it. There is a portal to more levels in the end. Find it and you'll get more fun. The end? Thanks for playing our game. Oh, wish list. I don't believe in wish listing. I don't believe it. That's a fun game. I'll let you guys, if you guys want to find your, I already have it wish listed, yep. If you guys want to find the secret levels in there, I fully encourage you to. It's a very cool game. Dig it. That is Bulbo's Belief System. All right. Next one is off the A-sides, and we're rolling 95 of them. Okay. 95. I believe in double wish listing. Is that a thing? Can we do that? 93 it is. Well Dweller, huh? Okay. We will copy. We will delete and shift up. Paste right there. Perfect. Okay, let's see what Well Dweller's all about. There we go. That was awesome. Yes. Oh shit, that one's, man, this one's jamming. Oh, this one looks really cool. I said add. What are you doing? Okay. Well Dweller is a dark fairy tale Metroidvania full of charming characters living in a wretched kingdom. Play as Glimmer, a tiny bird armed with a matchstick who must burn the wicked queen to save his family. Oh, Abstract. You are a dev of Bulbo. Nice. Very cool. Well, I'm glad to have you here. Hope you enjoyed it. Devin chat. Oh, and you've been a subscriber before. Wow, that's cool. Well, thanks for showing up. All right, let me get that put up on the board here. Well, Dweller. There we go. Okay.
At the bottom of this well.
Oh, this one, sorry, it's due to release in 2026 at some point. Developed by Kyle Thompson and published by them and Top Hat Studios, Inc. Let's check it out. English, please. Seems like a controller game, yeah? And there it is. Controller recommended. Thank you. Normal, please. I'm a normal man. I'm just an ordinary man. Just a normal man. Once upon a time, a gardener was trimming the castle grounds when he found a newborn baby girl in a thicket of thorny briars. He brought the infant to the queen, who was aging with no heirs to her throne. She took the baby in and raised her as her own. As the child grew older, she became quite cruel. The queen tried to correct her ways, but her efforts were fruitless. One day, the queen was found dead at the foot of the castle steps. The young girl was elated, for now she would become queen. She ordered all villagers in the kingdom to spend their days hunting for birds so she could tear out their feathers to make a royal gown. Wow. That's horrifying. Soon, nearly all the birds in the kingdom were gone. Deep within the forest at the bottom of a well, inside a withered skull, lived the last colony of birds alive. My children, can you please come for a moment? I have a request to make. Children, come here now! Thank you, my dears. It is late and the hunters are sleeping. I need to fetch some food to eat, but I am feeling too weak to leave this bed. Could one of you please go and fetch some food for us? Ah, yes, mother, I can do it. As the smallest bird in the pack, a hunter surely would think I'm worth the effort to catch. I'm ready to take my first step outside of this shell and set off on this adventure. Well, that could be an option. Would anyone else like to volunteer? Thistle and Thimble. Yes, mother, we go! We could go. Together we could win over the most deadly beast with our charming personalities. Okay, sweeties, I will definitely take that into consideration. Maybe a different bird would like to go instead, though? How about you, Glimmer? Oh, me? Yeah, I wasn't really planning on... Okay, wonderful. Outside of this well is a deep, dark forest, and at the edge of the forest is a hunter's cabin. Every night, the hunter eats an enormous feast and falls asleep at the dinner table. Please make your way there and take any scraps still left on his plate and bring them back to us. Oh, and maybe you can take your siblings with you on this little adventure? They have too much energy, and maybe this can wear them out. Yeah, usually mortal danger wears me out. Wears me right out. I go right to sleep afterwards. Come on, kids, follow your brother and do everything he says. And she just opened a portal. Oh, okay. And please be careful out there. The world outside of this well is very dangerous. Just grab the food, then come back right away. Okay, I will. Deep, 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 deep up the well. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, I can do a little slidey. Okay, I have jump, I have slide. And that's looks like it so far. What up, goofballs? What up, Prince and Nerda? There we go. Found a matchstick. The flame on this matchstick mirrors your health. At full health, your flame burns bright. At low health, it fades to a dim ember. There we go. Brother, may we play outside? The tent is boring and we want to explore. Well, okay, just don't go too far from the tent. Hooray! What the fuck? Okay. I guess you can just go outside. Oh, he hit me. Yeah, the several hits to break stuff, I don't think it needs, like, that secret stuff you find, like, 2 hits would be fine. I don't think it needs 5, really, but I get it. You want to make it a little more challenging, or there's got to be a reason for it, right? Yup, okay. Well. The Witch's Bargain. Once upon a time, there lived a wealthy merchant and his wife. Although they possessed all the riches they could ever want, their hearts ached as they could not bear a child to call their own. Oh, okay. Ah, there we go. Shortcut to the tent. Oh, okay. Wow, I still didn't make it all the fucking way over there. Goddamn. Well. Damn it. Oh, I didn't press the... Damn it. Gotta press the right bumper again. Ow. Oil vial. You've clicked oil vial. Oil vials can be used. That's a tough word to say. Oil vial can be used to relight your matchstick and heal a portion of your lost health. To heal, hold down left bumper and release when the marker is overlapping the glowing section. Your attack strength will be temporarily increased immediately after relighting your matchstick. Oil vials refill at save points and can be and can be seen underneath your health bar. Okay. Oil vial. No. Okay, so you can jump pretty high after a bubble. Oh, a trinket point. Kelvar with the 8 months. Thank you, Kelvar. Oh, I got a trinket point, but no trinket. Please don't tell the twins I'm here. I'm already too dizzy from all the bouncing. Okay. Okay. What's this? The groundskeeper. Oh, we gotta slide through him. Okay. Slide through him. Damn it. Oh my god, it's bigger now. It's bigger now. No, no. Got him, yay! Yeah. Yeah, no contact damage. That is so nice, dude. I can't even tell you how nice that is. Yeah. Okay. The engraving reads, "Here lies the rotten remains of the kingdom's gardener, outlived by his own work." Okay. Maybe I should go save. That was a fun little fight. That was a fun little fight. Good tutorial fight. Oh, what's this? Oh wait, the hunter's cabin? Oh, the hunter's cabin must be big. Okay. looter. It's hopeless in here. The hunter is asleep, but soon he will wake up, find me, and grind my bones to dust. What a terrible way I will die. Well, that's grim, but if he's still asleep, he should just leave. The exit is right behind me. I'm sure you can get it out in time. No, you don't understand. I filled my sack with too much loot, and now it's too heavy for me to drag out of here. The only way to make it out alive would be to leave some of these treasures behind. I hope at least my death will be quick and painless. I suppose there's one other option, though. Maybe you could buy something off me and lighten the load? My life depends on it. Oh. Jesus Christ. I have 500 and he wants 65,000? Flaming vessel, sure. A large flaming bottle that explodes on impact and causes significant damage. Huh, a flaming vessel. I think I forgot to put a new price tag on that one. That's okay though, this is a special attack that lets you deal some pretty heavy damage. Before you can use it, you need to fill it up. You can do that by attacking enemies. Try practicing by attacking my loot bag. Okay, now use it by pressing B. Okay. Use the attack as many times as you like, as long as you keep refilling it. Before I leave, let me show you one more trick. When you toss a flaming vessel, you can attack it mid-air and launch it towards enemies. I'll keep your vessel filled for now. Try hitting my loot bag with one. Aha! That's it. I think I'll be able to make it out now. My bag's a bit lighter. I'll see you around. Hopefully I don't see anything else good on the way out. Oh, okay. The Doll Maker. There once was a poor man with a lonely daughter who he cared for deeply. One day as they wandered the prairie, they came across a small house full of dolls. Nope, nope. No! Come on, you fucker. Yeah, this is a Metroidvania. Yep. It'd be hard to say that this doesn't have, like, you know, it's like a bit of a Hollow Knight, a bit of Ori and the Blind Forest. It's got some flavors. A little touch of Rat Shaker in there. Well, fuck you. Oh my god, that was a floaty ass jump. Well. go. Oh, you have unread messages. Hello, my child. It's me, Mom. Remember from the well? Anyways, I just wanted to make sure you're staying safe out there, and please take your time. I'm really enjoying the peace and quiet. Thanks, Mom. Whoa, okay. Well, let's be a little more careful. Nope. Nope. What's this? I found an egg! And I ate what was inside of it. What the fuck? Why though? Oh, it's a slingshot. Allows you to launch your matchsticks and use it to gain additional height. Oh. Now we're a little Volgar the Viking. Okay. Do you like scrambled or hard-boiled egg? I like both, but scrambled. If I'm asked, like, how do you want your egg cooked? Scrambled. Well, yep. Oh. Okay. I didn't know if I could shoot him in that, but apparently I can. Oh. And now all the way back home, motherfucker. Booger Man, a pick and flick adventure? Okay. That's good. It's really good. I mean, as far as like a Metroidvania goes, usually I don't like them as much, but that one's pretty fun to get into, dude. I dig it. Good choice, good suggestion. Whoever suggested it was a good job. Nice game. I think it's on my wish list. It is, I put it there. Cool. Okay. Yeah, really cool. That was on the, that was the A side. So we're on B sides again with 35 to pick from. Roll 1d35. 4. Way up at the top. Let's see. Burn 9. Whatever that is. Okay. Let's find out what that is. Burn 9. There we go.
Operator, we don't have much time to.
Oh, this is the fucking, like, the one that everybody's like, this is, what, Metal Gear at Home?
Survived. Your job is to guide them out.
The mission must be completed. Secure Burn 9 at all costs.
Yeah. Okay. This might not last long, depending, but who knows? It could.
That information is well above your pay grade.
That's above your pay grade,
Operator,
soldier.
Are you there? I'm dead if I can't find some way to get out of the open. I need you to direct me.
All right.
I'm gonna just smash it.
This game is a spy thriller where you're not the spy. Safe behind your screen. Oh, you're the guy in the chair. Safe behind your screen. Guide the last survivor of an elite Black Ops team in a desperate attempt to salvage a mission gone horribly wrong. Caught between military command and your agent, information is your greatest weapon.
Not great.
Due to come out this year, developed by 14 Hours Production, published by Fellow Traveler, and we know Fellow Traveler because they have done, Penguin Colony, which is a game that's on my list. A lot of story-rich games came from these guys. Oh, they're 1,000 times resist, 1000x resist. Yeah, that's why I know them. Citizen Sleeper as well. Publisher, not developer, publisher. But either way. All right, let's do it. I should pee though. All right, you guys hang for a second. I'm just gonna pee. Before I go though, I must say.
Come, baby, come, baby, baby, come, come. Come, baby, come, baby, baby, come, come.
Okay. Nice and quick. New game. Let's burn this 9. Boot.strap. Ram, okay. Ram, okay. Ram, okay. I don't know why I made that sexual. October 16th at 1945, the Antarctic storm Vanya hits Antarctica and Epoch Base, the test bed for experimental project Burn 9. All communications with Epoch Base cease. Or Epic, depending on who you ask. October 16th, 2200, Carrier Strike Group 003 is rerouted from the Southeast Pacific. SSBN Saranga, a submarine with a nuclear cruise missile capabilities, is redesignated as part of the Carrier Strike Group 003. October 17th, 0055. Terminarch Extinction Teams 7 and 8 are launched from Carrier Strike Group 003. Are you writing this down? You better be writing this down because I'm going to be testing you. Their mission, investigate Epoch Base and ascertain the cause of the communications blackout. Zinzio? Yes, I can start over. Hold on. Sound up as trash as an enter. Oh, okay. Is it not working or something? It's just the easiest thing I found to do it. Okay, so we are going to get rid of. Oh no, that's the newest one. So this one's going out.
I'm a scat man.
Sorry, Scatman's gone. In its place, we're gonna put this. Oh man, you know what you're doing, Scott. Oh my God, Scott knows what he's doing. It's not offensive, but it almost is. All right, let's see. Well, I know what this is from. This is from a game, too. There you go. What game is this from?
You dumbass, Nick.
Oh, man. Oh, it's from PSYOP. That's right. It's from PSYOP. Okay. Dumbass. Nick. Nick. Like Kris Kringle. Like old Saint Nick.
You dumbass, Nick.
God, the way he says it, though. The inflection. Jesus. It's so like. It would fool just about anybody, I think.
You dumbass, Nick.
There you go. Oh my God. All right. There it is. Okay, it's up on the big board. It is A2. A2. There you go. No, your character's name is Nick, right? And the dude who is training you, he's like this big black dude, and he keeps changing his hairstyle for every like training session you go through because it's like different years and stuff. And you fuck up something, and this is
you dumbass, Nick.
He says that to you, and it's fucking hilarious. All right, secure Burn 9. All other objectives are secondary. Oh fuck! You interrupted me. I don't even know what's going on now. We don't have much time to talk. I've got a meeting with the Admiral and the Pentagon's liaison that can't wait. You'll be the commanding officer of the Operation Thea. Orders will filter through myself and the Admiral, and you'll make them happen on the ground. I was under the impression this was going to be voice acted. Any question? What is Burn 9? Well above your pay grade. Just make sure the jarheads find it and secure it. That's all you need to know. Let me see. Your record shows that you've got outstanding proficiency in all aspects of Black Ops Command. Your involvement with the apprehension of Mazar Haley over in the sandbox speaks for itself. So, it looks like whoever put your file together needs a reprimand. Your specialty isn't listed. Mind filling in the blank? Tactics. Small squad strategies. Hacking. My skills in electronic warfare are next to none. Subterfuge. Knowing when to hide is just as important when to strike. Management. Keeping the assets on task has always been my priority. Yeah, management. Oh, right. Well, that explains why you're here then. Oh, Jorino has a cat. Cat alert. Tell your cat I said hi. Or tell your cleaning of your keyboard I said hi. Maybe Jesus took the keyboard away from you. Who knows? Maybe you'll even get along with him. Anyway, I'll make a note of that in your file. You'll be connecting to Mastodon soon. How's the on-the-ground commander? Or he's the on-the-ground commander for the operation. I don't believe in luck, but I'll wish it to you anyways. Know that if you screw this up, you won't be getting a second chance. Mastodon. Operator, glad to have you. Can you read me? Coming through crystal clear, Mastodon. Can you read me okay? I read you loud and clear, operator. Let me introduce you to the crew. I'm Mastodon, Staff Sergeant and Commander of Terminarch Extinction Team 7 and 8. This is my tech man, Iguanodon. Yo, ready to rock. He runs Team 8. He has 4 people under him, and this is my point woman, Dodo. Ready to roll. She runs Team 7, same deal. I'm in charge of them, you're in charge of me. Any questions? What's your favorite going into battle music? Heh, used to do Ride of the Valkyries when I was younger, but I'm over that macho bullshit. Also, Command told us that it was bad optics when it leaked. What? We never get to have fun. All work, no play. Enough chatter, we're coming up to the base. Up on the base. What's going on? We're taking evasive maneuvers. Ordnance incoming. No, 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 no. Staff Sergeant Ski Rando, U.S. Army, retired. I will take the call. What did I say about mistakes? They barely cleared Epoch's airspace and you've already lost them. What happened? Early data indicates their transport was shot down, likely a missile or a drone acting as one. Look, there's likely nothing you or anyone could have done. However, we need to do what we can to salvage this op. I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on. In the meantime, we're redirecting the Black Knight over Antarctica and granting you access. It's the only satellite we have that can operate through these weather conditions. Find the wreckage and determine who or what intercepted them. I have to go explain to some very important people that we may need to escalate. Get to work. I will say the script is pretty good for this. This has to work. Some of you be alive. No. I wonder if I'll only find bodies. Connection established. Perform area scan. Transport helicopter ID confirmed. What took the helicopter out? Oh, yeah. What took it out? Unknown signal. Unable to confirm. Could be a survivor. Rough terrain, sheer cliff, impassable. It's a sheer drop, few hundred feet. Unknown signal. Unable to confirm. I'll need someone on the ground to figure out what this is. Fucking Raiju. Hey, operator. Can't believe you got that promotion over me. I'm Raiju, your co-worker and fellow technical specialist, or whatever meme speak they use to describe computer person. I think this is the first time we've met. Hang up? Should we just hang him up? Just hang up on him? I have no clue who you are. I know you though. I know of you at least. I wanted the gig you got so bad. I'm so sick of this counter hacking, that counter hacking this. Honestly, I bet my kung fu is way better than yours, and yet I'm just stuck over here doing DCO for the Marines. The worst. I want to be directing the traffic of battle like you are right now, you know, really getting in the mud at least as much as I can from behind a computer screen. How's your first command going? I have to get to work. Oh, good luck. Faint electrical signal. Asset identified. Codename Dodo. Dodo, get up! Vitals faint. Nanotelemetry offline. Show camera feed. Ugh. Let's see if I can jumpstart her system. Oh. Resuscitate. Do it. Got her. Bail out. Bail out! Wait, what? Cold. You've been in a crash. Crash. They're white. Snow. Cold. There was a flash. Wait. Is that my nanocam? Tough little thing. It wasn't even working earlier. Maybe the crash fixed it somehow. This thing is as small as a human hair. They started making them out of, making us take them out on every mission. Operator, are you there? I'm here. Good. I'm snowblind in this storm. I need you to direct me. God, I wish this was voice acted. Stay sharp, stay focused, stay with me. I'm not sharp right now, but that was sharp. Cute. All right, operator, ready for your orders. That's our helicopter. I don't see any other survivors. Wow. How did she take a picture of her own ass? Oh, the nano camera or whatever. It was voice acted in the trailer. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I was wondering. But maybe they can only afford a little bit of voice acting here and there. There's something strange about seeing the fires burning in this storm. Almost hypnotic. Oh, wait. Is that a set of dog tags? It must have flown free during the crash. They're brand iguanodons. He has to be here somewhere. Move. I see someone in the snow. Status dead. Shit. Iguanodon. Wait, he's dead? He doesn't look dead. Looks like he survived the crash, but he's been shot to death. Oh, okay. He's already frozen, stuck on his knees. I hate this. Operator orders. Keep moving. Looks like there's some kind of service hatch here. Wait, I hear something coming through the snow. I can't see anything. The storm is too thick. Hostiles detected. HK-78, they'll spot you in a few moments. I'm sitting duck out here. Operator, help. I will run analysis. No cover spots. Shit. Hack it. There's an electronic lock, some kind of digital control on it. Operator, I can't get this open on my own. I will run the breacher. Failed to breach network. Access passcode required. Running 9-point code decipher program. Oh. I'm glad I sort of paid attention. Network access successful. Terminating breacher program. The electronic log just let out a high-pitched beep. It's open. Yeah, get in as fast as you can. I know. This hole smells terrible. It's the only way forward, huh? Into the breach. Stay with me if you can, operator. Hoorah! Operator, some of the mission assets survived? Yes, I'm in the middle of trying to keep her alive. Tone! The storm is interfering with communications. Keep the asset alive. I'll be calling you back, and I want some specifics. Operator, I made it into the sewage treatment area like you directed. I'm alive, but I'll be honest, I'm not doing so hot. Status report. I'm experiencing the early stages of hypothermia. Fuck, my optics are busted as well. I can barely see down here. I'm going to be listening to you 100%. How's your... Oh, leave everything to me. That's the plan. Operator, if you have any ideas on how to proceed, I'm all ears. I will perform an area scan. Okay. There could be something useful inside. You think it's worth checking? They pump gray water through here. Oh, so this is literally the sewers. Okay. That exit leads to the drone production warehouse. It's an option, but the base might be too hot. Yeah, I'm not looking to walk into a dozen guns. Sewer pipes, unable to confirm. This area needs a visual confirmation, might be a way out. Hopefully one that will lead me to a less dramatic situation than being stuck in the sewers. Okay, operator, what are your orders? I don't think this room is used very much. It's very messy. There's nothing useful here. It's tight in here and it doesn't smell great. Anything useful down here? Some parts of me are numb. Whoa, hold up. There's something here. I found some actually sterile healing supplies. This is the good, keep you from dying stuff. I can use these to actually fix myself up. Status hurt. Nice, okay. Sewer gate here is closed. I don't see any way for me to open it. Yeah. Move to the pipe then. You're in the pipe 5x5. It's dark, claustrophobic. I haven't crawled through a sewage pipe since the ranger course. What was your time? The whole course, 16 minutes flat. That was after 3 days of forced marching. It's a good time. A lot of heat radiating from the pipe to the west side. It's hot enough that I'm physically uncomfortable just being near it. All right, head down this way. Yo, Avis Cat! Thank you for the 103 months. Goddamn. Can you do a sexy pose? What is your name? Bark like a dog. Tell me a riddle. Tell me a tongue twister. This room is barren. There isn't really anything of note here, but a door on the north wall. It sounds like something is moving through the pipes, maybe cleaning them. What's that? Some kind of robot? Dodo, you need to get past that thing. I'm in no condition to fight. Retreating. Another one. I don't think it's intentional. It's an intentional pincer move. It just feels like one. They'll still crush me to death. Any ideas? Hide. This, are you sure? I'll be trapped in there while they go over me and... Okay, there's just enough room. I could probably wedge myself in there. Okay, I'm hopefully hidden and safe. I'll just have to wait for them to go away. They went right over me. I don't think they actually see. I think they just follow predetermined routes. Follow the robot through the gate. Well, that does solve one problem. Pretty smart, operator. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice of you. This room is actually properly lit. It has to be the main service entrance. Ugh, it's a sturdy door. I don't think I can get through it. Should I try again? No. Head this way. Keep on the move. Keep moving. I'm tired of climbing through these pipes. It was a lot easier in training. It's one of those cleaning robots. I need to hurry, operator. Orders. Sure, let's see what turning it does. Probably nothing. Oh, that cleaning robot is literally melting inside the pipe. It's kind of horrifying watching it melt. I'll turn the heat back off. Should be safe now, heading through. I've entered what seems to be some kind of water processing area. It smells like chlorine. Looks like a sewage drainage pipe. Any idea where it ends up? Beggars can't be choosers. I may be a beggar, but I can still complain. I guess it's the only way. See you on the other side, operator. Warning, no signal. Try calling me directly. I'm about to lose signal. That's a good idea. I'm going to try calling you on the Termavox before connection goes out completely. How you holding up? I don't know. This has been a lot. I'm not sure where I'm at. Just putting one foot in front of the other. Okay, so what? The bigwigs, huh? Okay, good luck. I'll be all right on my own for a bit, I promise. Call me back when you're done. Stay alive. Operator, join the conversation. Why have you dragged this peon into this call? They were in direct contact with the team when the incident occurred. I wanted them here to answer any questions directly if it came up. What are those, what are they gonna tell us that we don't already know? Your teams are dead. They're a vestigial organ for a useless body. They're not all dead. We're getting vitals from 2 of them. The helicopters were shot down in the middle of an Arctic storm. Do you really expect any of those assets to be of use? My operator has been in contact with one of them. Really? Why didn't anyone tell us? Do they have any extra intel? My name is Robert Williker. Yeah. Do they have any update on the status of the base or Burn 9? That's why I brought them into the call. We need an update. Yeah, have your operator give us what info they have. Operator, what's the current situation? Um... 12 operatives are non-responsive? 12? The fuck? Only 1 asset survived. But what info have they gleaned? Yes, do they know anything of the numbers? Or the uniforms of soldiers? Who is it we're dealing with here? Operator, I want you to... I'm going to assume that if you'd said it, if you had any update on Burn 9, so I'm cutting this all short. One of the assets is reestablished communication. Operator, focus on that. Remember, though, she's expendable if it means getting us some real intel. The soldiers, did they seem to be our own, or were they... Heartbeats count, operator. Get to work. Good luck. Keep me updated. Operator, I was having trouble getting through. I thought for a while I was all on my own. No luck for you. You're stuck with me. I was in a call with top brass. Wouldn't have any other way, operator. So what did the man in charge have to say? Mission is simple. Just recon and intel. They respect your hard work. They better. Well, update. I've emerged in some kind of drone factory. Bonus points. I managed to find a pistol and a few rounds. One of my favorite models, too. After that, I took note from every action movie. I've entered a vent and I'm gathering intel from this clandestine position. Excellent sense of initiative, soldier. Mostly just trying not to die. I think the command squad of whoever's taking over the base are here. Wait, I know these people. They're Terminarch? American Special Forces. Ah, there's a giant dog with him, a massive wolfhound. It's impossibly large. Hold perfectly still, calm down. That dog is massive. Oh, I hate dogs. They give me the shakes. The dog is going to smell me. I gotta move or... You need to get it together. I'm trying. You're not the only one having a panic attack down here. I'm so scared of dogs. Stupid big teeth, barks, crawling. Ward, stop playing around near the vents. Damn dog loves the heater. I don't think it's following. Manticore called it away. Manticore. He's a legend. Had whole parts of his brains augmented. They say he can direct over 100 drones at once. Better than most real-world pilots or even AIs. Was he the one hunting me in the snow with those drones? Okay, still crawling. The vents seem to lead to some kind of loading area. There's a gigantic door. Open. That storm and the factory noise are so loud, I think I can use that as a cover to make a break for the tundra again. I have no visual. Trust your gut. That's all I have. Okay, I'm going for it. I'll call you once I'm back on the tundra. If we're lucky and maybe we'll get the connection back up. Shit, yeah. Found any good games yet? Oh yeah, found lots, man. I've played over 40 of them. I'm not sure what my count is exactly at. I can see though. I am at 44 games played this week. Okay, made it out to the factory. Storming isn't as bad as it was. Visibility is no longer 0, but I can't stay out here too long. I need to make it out of to the main facility and down into those miles of tunnels before I... Shit! The Wolfhound, did it track my scent? God damn. Who won if then? Vendetta won if then. And the game they chose, I shit you not, Digimon Storytime Stranger. We're gonna be playing that on the 30th. All right. He just jumped down in the snowbank. I've lost visual. Operator, can you help me out with that? I need his location. Failed to locate target. Showing possible locations. The map marks possible places he can be. How do I find that Wolfhound? Did someone else survive the helicopter crashes? Unimportant. Triangulating signal drones inbound. Surrender if you don't want to end up like the rest of your unit. Warning. Oh, we fucked. We fucked. Shit, need to get into that base. Operator, help. Main service entrance to the underground tunnels is to the north. Yep. Go north. Incliner entrance is our best bet. A plan, not a good one, but a plan. That's the other copter that was supposed to be on this mission. Manticore's drones destroy the second helicopter. He needs to pay for this. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Tundra Beaver with 115 months. Fuck yeah, let's go. If you could just physically hook into a drone, do they need to still be functional? You'd have to shoot one without destroying its CPU. Try me, I'm a very good shot. It won't be easy, you have to help me. Guess it's time to play around a cat and dog. I really wish I was the dog. Okay. Let's go this way. Move. What's the plan, operator? I don't know if target missed. Damn it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it got me. But I got it. Oh, I took a hit, but the drone is down now. Seems to be in one piece. Hook into it. We'll hijack Manticore's telemetry. Let's see. Oh, passcode required. 1 9 point. Okay, here we go. 9 point. It's up to me now. Network access successful. Terminating breacher program. Access granted. You made it. What are you doing? No, get out of my network. Area clear. No hostiles in the area. Move. Got it. Continue. Heading into the next area. Oh! There's a snow tunnel here. It looks like it cuts over to the... Cuts over to the cliff safely? The exit's right there. Just go to that. Let's keep this in mind. Which way should I go? This way. Yeah, go. Go, go, go. You're right there. Do it. Mostly empty and wait. I can see the exit. I just need to clear the tundra up ahead. Should be out of this snow-swept hellscape. You snuck past him. Clever girl, but I have lots of drones. You won't make it to that base alive. Goodbye. Warning, reinforcements incoming. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's locked. There's a decision I could have made, but I missed something. Retreat from the area. Okay. Your exit is cut off, just a matter of time. If dying frozen at the bottom of the world is what you want, it's what you'll get. I'll be the judge on that of Trapped in Doom. Thank you very much. Heading away from the killer drones, boss. There you go. Yep. Looks like an abandoned radio station. I have eyes on the warg. Repeat, eyes on warg. Shit. You should try and sneak past him. I can take him. Dangerous animal built for hunting on the tundra, are you sure? I'm also a dangerous animal. You need to trust me to actually do the only thing I'm good at. I'm in position. I'll be able to see him before he sees me. Thanks to the wind, even smells me. Operator, I'll wait for your go-ahead before I make my move. Okay. Unload if you have the shot. Okay. Tagged him, shot him center mass. Warg, stop, Warg, come back. He's still alive? I wish I killed him. Warg is tougher than you can ever imagine. How is he talking to us? He's going to outlive all of us. Not if he gets in my way again. Warg is more of a hero and a soldier than you'll ever be. At least Dodo fights her own battles, unlike you. I know traitors when I see them, and I give traitors no quarter. Do you hear me, Manticore? I got your dog, and I'm coming for you next, traitor! So, see you soon, Dodo. Now that the warg's off the board, nothing's in my way. Heading for APOC's main base facility. Let's see what fresh hell is next. I've entered the facility. I finally get to stop going out in the snow. This should lead you down into the Miles Tunnel on the base, okay? Why does that sound scarier than the snow? Oh, because we're connected to his network, is that why? Okay. Alright. Extremely heavy loads, hundreds of tons of equipment. That would make sense. Is love for this game blooming on the battlefield? Yeah. Crap, taking fire. Hold on, Dodo. You keep your head down. I don't think it's gonna help. I can't see anything. Optic camo disabled. So you made it inside. Oh, that's Manticore symbol. Okay, you and your drones missed your chance. I am Legion. Thanks to my augmented brain, I control all the drones individually as if I was them. Only point that matters is the last one. This platform will be your grave. I can't move. They got me pinned from multiple angles. This platform is a kill box. Do something. Awaiting orders. And there it is, the demo. Nice. Actually, more fun than I expected. A lot of reading, but they kept it interesting. I dig it. Nice work. Good job. Good job. I will wishlist you on Steam. I have wishlisted you already. That's right. You came from that side of the board. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It is cool. All right. There was Burn 9. Okay, now we're back on the A side again, and we're going to roll 94 of them. Let's see. 94. A 5. What is the 5 spot? Anti-matcher. Okay, let me check that out. Anti-matcher. Sure. There we go. Merge, pop, burst, and annihilate? Play with bubbles and anti-bubbles to discover their strange properties in this abstract puzzle game. Okay, sure. 30 megabytes. Real small, dude. Okay. Okay, let me do this. Anti-matcher. Okay. Let's do it. Bubbles, you say? Bubbles?
That's only like 25 floppy
select.
disks.
There we go. Okay. Yo, JLC, it's only like 25 floppy disks. I know, it's so tiny. Combining a bubble with matching anti-bubble creates an annihilation. Okay. Your goal is to annihilate every anti-bubble. Sometimes some regular bubbles will be left over. Oh, okay. Good. Okay, I get it. Oh, so they will travel. Okay. Okay. The contents selected bubble are injected into the target bubble. Okay. This game is the powerhouse of the cell. Oh, you just have to just eliminate all the anti-bubbles. That's it. That's all you got to do. All the bubbles with dark inside, that's all you have to delete or defeat. Oh, that's it. Or not. Oh, they have to be. There we go. Okay. This is starting to feel sciencey. Do you hate that? Does that bother you? It's like, this is starting to feel real sciencey. Nah. Meh. Oh, so 3 will make a thingy. Oh, match 3 forever. It says match 3, the name of the fucking level. If a group contains 3 bubbles the same color, they will merge into a bigger bubble. Okay. Target is too big. Oh, I don't have that one anymore, dude. I'm so sorry. That one's been gone for a minute. Oh, shit. Okay. There we go. Oh, shit. Shit. Aha, ha, ha, ha. There we go. Okay. Bubble sort. Oh no. Oh. Nope, okay. I'm guessing it tells you like when you, if you fuck it up. No, but I want to move this guy into the blue. How do I get the orangies into the blueies? Oh, God, come on. Oh, okay, so I just pass it like that. Okay. Now I'm gonna pass over to that. There we go. Perfect. What? Oh, these guys. Okay, they're not attached. There we go. I was like, you motherfucker. Okay. Shit. Yeah. Okay. So we take this and then we get, okay. So if I get, okay, I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. I have to do that. And this, there we go. Now. No! I need the green one. I need the green one out. Oh, there we go. That's how we do it. Yep, there we go. Okay. Let's fucking go. Whoa, no. Wait. Whoa. Oh, fuck, it's just the, oh, it's not the whole thing. It's just the ones inside the things. There, okay. Okay, crisis averted. All right. Boom. Cool game, man. This is really cool. I dig it. Cool little puzzle game. Really? Do you want to really? Yes, anti-matcher. Pretty swell little puzzle game there. I kind of dig it, man. Good stuff. For someone who has no balls, Zeke is surprisingly good at games where you impregnate self. I have balls. I had a vasectomy. It's not that my balls work. God, stop spreading this fucking false narrative, dude. All right. All right. What's the next one? 1D34. 7. Looks like it's going to be Confined. Leaving OKB 134. I think it's a submarine game, I want to say. All right, let's delete cells. There we go. There. Okay. Confined. There we go. Yeah, horror puzzle adventure for PC and VR. Okay. Let's get it downloaded. Or not. There you go. Okay. NED. Okay, B dash 134. Okay, there you go.
You will like this place.
All right, Combined. Leaving OKB 134 is a horror puzzle adventure for PC and VR set in an abandoned Soviet bunker. Bunker, not a submarine. Reactivate power, lights, and complex machinery. Learn about long-gone personnel, solve riddles, and find a way to escape, but stay quiet. You're not alone. I gotta go tell everyone. You know what you should tell everyone instead? Check your Prime Gaming sub.
Trust me, you will
See
like this place.
if your Prime sub is ready to use, and use it on me. Yeah. Okay. This game was developed and published by Fiend Games, set to come out sometime later this year. And it's ready to play right now. Let's go. There you go. Cicely gifted a sub to Prime Dick. That is some 100% grade A Prime Dick. All right, give me my backpack. Trans-Siberian Railway, Moscow to Vladivostok. Vladivostok. Take some vodka. Oh. Okay. Oh. Am I actually taking stuff or am I just dropping it? Okay. Escape to start. The graphics are a work in progress. Okie dokie. New game. One slot. Start it up. Start it up.
Простите, можно я здесь присяду? Большое спасибо. Все остальные купе уже заняты.
There we go. Oh, I didn't press apply, that's why.
И полны чудиков. You're not from here, right? I recognize a tourist immediately. Let me help you with your backpack.
I don't know you! Who the fuck are you, pal?
No worries, I stow it for you.
Oh, he looks trustworthy. No worries, I stow it for you.
Just hand it over, I won't steal it.
Okay. He said he won't steal it, so we're good. Okay.
Let me help you. Pretty brave to travel all alone.
This is Russian
But you seem
courtesy.
nice. We've got a long train ride ahead of us.
Let me take your bag,
So tell me,
stupid. I put it away for
how
you,
will
big
spend
dummy.
your stay? We don't have a lot of choice out here. But trust me, you will like this place.
Why does it keep fading to black?
Your turn. Давай, покажи, что там у тебя.
Show me what you got.
Pure
shit. Pure shit. Oh, hype train for no reason. That's awesome. Love those. Oh, I'm taking a shit. Standing up. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, that's better. There we go. I love this place. They play the best music here. Thank you, Cecily. And thank you, Essicat, for using that Prime sub. A little lower. There you go, right there. That would have woken him up
Zeki High.
if he was still alive. Wow. Look at that. 2 darts right in the triple. I'm gonna try it again. One more time. From behind the line. Oh, 180!
Oh, here you are. I lost you for a second. Грёбаные крысы. You understand a bit of Russian, don't you?
A little. Just what they
a
taught me in
night.
League of Legends.
I hope you're enjoying it so far.
I probably shouldn't repeat it though.
About tomorrow. I know a place tourists usually don't get to visit. Такое секретное место. Interested?
You bet. And you are so trustworthy. I'm gonna.
Thank you for
drink.
your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
Thank you, Super Mutant, with 100 bits. На здоровье.
Follow me.
Oh man, he's got some
Just
swagger
ignore the
on him.
signs.
Ignore the signs that say caution, restricted area, trespassing and driving on the military facility is strictly prohibited. I like the way they did that though. They translated it. That's cool. You can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a Russian man. No time to talk. Yeah, I'm following some random dude to a secret spot because he said, trust me. And I was like, all right, I'm stupid.
It's peaceful out here, isn't it?
Totally peaceful.
We're almost there.
Are we going to get taken? I think we might get taken.
Here we are. Are you ready?
I'm gonna lead. Ow, God! Hit me right in the face.
I can't see anything. Help me out real quick, okay? Switch on your headlamp.
Doop, 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 doop.
Let me try to turn on the electricity.
Are you flirting with me? What is happening here?
Didn't work. Maybe there is a broken cable somewhere.
Okay. I guess I'll find it since I'm an electrician.
Do you see a broken cable?
Yes. It appears to be running on some form of electricity. Let me grab it with my hands. Oh, good thing I'm fucking immune to electric damage.
I'm sorry. It's nothing personal, you know? The struggle, the agony, the decay. You will die in here. Let us begin.
You know, I thought we really had a connection, but every time I feel like I might be falling for someone, they lock me in some escape room dungeon, and it's just a mess. He does seem nice, though. I can fix him. Patience. Security, authorized personnel only, patients. Oh, I can rotate it, okay. Tomorrow we'll leave OKB 134. What? Can you please? Oh, I gotta hold it down. Tomorrow we'll leave OKB 134 for good. I'm not sure why the government is shutting this place down. Missile production was ramped up. We delivered an impressive number of units lately. Maybe the laboratories in the lower section didn't achieve valuable results, but what do I know about the laboratories? Nobody knows what they were even up to down there. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Last time killing time in this booth. Last time pressing the big red button. Vladin, Usher. Oh. Yeah, that didn't hurt. There you go. Gotta really jam it in there. What the fuck does the electricity in the place have to do with my flashlight? Why is my flashlight blinking? It's not connected to the electricity here. So you can literally like pick up everything, which is fun. Oh. Welcome to OKB134. Honorable silence secures our future. Okay. Great, I turned on electricity for that one little spot. Cool. Missile crane area. High explosive material handled. Manufactory. I don't know. I just keep going forward, I guess? Sure. Thank you.
Can't believe I fell for it.
Yeah, me neither.
Asshole fool me like that.
Yeah, me neither. How could you let him fool you like that?
Stuck in here. At least I discovered this former break room to rest in. It feels safe now. I've made it my own. A military facility. Well, at least that's what it used to be. After roaming this strange place for days, I found out something useful. Something that gives me hope. Missiles.
Missiles. They give me hope.
It seems that one of them was missing when they left. That's my only chance. I need to find it. I will get out of here. I will leave OKB134. Find missing missile. Extract warhead, craft detonator, blow up, entrance, freedom. Explore lockers, find key to crane power room. Lockers men. I'm part of the Lockers men. My boy band group. Oh, there we go. God damn, I'm good. Hold on. Watch this. Behind the back. Oh, never mind. Shit. Damn it. $180.
That's the break room. That's my home. Laboratories. Okay. Where's the lockers, men? Nope. Tomorrow we'll leave OKB 134 for good. I'm not sure why the government is shutting this place down. Missile production was ramped up. We delivered an impressive number of units lately. Maybe the laboratories in the lower section didn't achieve valuable results. But what I do know about the laboratories, nobody knows what they're even up to down there. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Lockers women? No. Lockers men. That's a weird noise.
You're a cunt!
Yo, what up,
The
Pete?
missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't by subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is. Whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses.
You're a cunt!
Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position where it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event of the position that it is and is not the position that it wasn't, the system has required a variation. The variation.
You're a cunt!
If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the Haya. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computance scenario works as follows, because a variation has modified some of the information that.
You're a cunt!
It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. By differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain a deviation and a variation, which is called error.
Okay. Thanks, Pete. You're awesome. Yep. This is how people get timed out. This is how people lose their privileges of dipping. All right, Sten, my friend, it's serious. I need your help. You probably heard it already. They found the missing. Okay, they found the missing missile. It's stuck in the missile hatch, but I already deactivated the crane. I lost the fucking keys to the crane power room somewhere around here, fixing the toilets and showers. You gotta help me. I can't find them. They won't go easy on me. I need to get this fucking missile out of the hatch before we leave the facility. Marlon, the janitor. Okay.
You dumbass Nick.
Okay. So he lost the keys somewhere in here are the toilets. Somewhere around here while fixing the toilets and the showers. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There it is. It's in the drain. Of course it is. Maintenance. Strategy. Oh, is this? There we go. What's happening? Looks like it's got 3 good fuses in there. Does he drink water? It sounds like he's trying to cough up a condom. I do drink water. Thank you. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. They gave me a tutorial how to do that. The fuck? I'd be scared, but I can't see shit. Okay. I saw that open. That's nice. Okay. Bring me a missile. Or not. Never mind. Oh. That? No. Oh. There's a something. A person. Well, fuck you. What am I? Oh. I don't know what I was running from. It can't be. They'd be inside the room with us. That's in the room. Oh. So sick of shitty flashlights in video games. Hi. What are we doing? Are we... That's pretty good though. That's pretty freaky. The way she moves, pretty freaky. There's another one. There you go. Go on now, get out of here. Florp. Florp. What does it say? This is a far too large installation for the power grid down here, and it's ridiculously dangerous, even though it's improved the product's quality quite a bit. Well, at least when it's working. Spare fuses are becoming scarce now. There are barely any left in the storage room. I'm almost certain my desk workers are stealing everything that is nailed down. They might be aware of facility's imminent shutdown. Alexander Petrov, chief designer. Oh, there, the missile. Okay. It's so big. I need that thing, I think, to go somewhere, maybe? The fuck did I just turn on here? All right. Nope. Nope, not that. No, no, not that. You think it wants me moving forward, like, out of this room somewhere. I don't even know what this did. Oh, maybe this way. This seems probably right. Oh, fuck off. Really? Oh. Open missile hatch, extract missile. Oh, there's a button that's flashing. Hey, look at that. There we go. You died. Okay, thanks. Now let's see how unforgiving the checkpoints are. Okay. Yeah, this is the thing that opened, right? I might have saved my progress. It just I have a set respawn spot, it seems. Yeah, okay. Just a set respawn spot. Okay, so that's why they put it there. You were supposed to push it into the fan and have it go around. Well, now I'm completely in the dark. Oh, there we go. That was it. That was it. Awesome. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I dig it. A little dark though. I would like that lighter, the flashlight to be a little bit wider, or you know, maybe think about not using it at all. Got time for a quick survey? Sure. The survey would take about 5 minutes. Nope. That's not quick. That is not a quick survey. But it is on my wish list, so that's all you get. Yes. Good. Okay. Not bad. Confined, leaving OKB 134. Good atmosphere. Just I wish it was a little brighter. That's all. Okay, that was my side, wasn't it? Pretty sure. Yep. So this one's gonna be A sides, which is going to be 93 of them. Next one is a 7. What's on the 7 spot? Banneret. Let's see if we want to even play that. Banneret. Banneret. What is this? Roguelike deck building. Nope. Next. 92. 40. Okay, Kusan City of Wolves. Oh, this one looked Hotline Miami. Yeah, Hotline Miami-ish. I can dig it. Okay, Kusan City of Wolves. Let me get it downloaded. There we go. All right. It's a high-octane, hardcore, top-down shooter. Kusan City of Wolves. Okay. Let me give a little copy. Oops, paste. Blurp. And then a little bit of... There. Okay. High-octane, hardcore, top-down shooter where players fight through a brutal urban jungle ruled by gunfire and corruption to save Haru, a girl fitted with a city-grade atomic weapon. Damn. This is due to come out July 30th, so next month and the next month. Developed by Circle from Dot and published by P-Cube. Let's go. And I'm a twin stick controller guy, so I'm gonna use my controller. Yeah. My game is on the list. Well, good luck, Plus Mackie. Good luck. Scene 0. Fixer. No, I know. People like Hotline Miami games with, it's obviously probably better with keyboard and mouse, but I got used to playing it like this, so. I just hope the controls are like they use the bumpers and the triggers for attacking and whatnot. Whoa, I don't want to die. Too bad. Woney. Yes, sir. Hey, mister, are you there? I like the music. It's my sister. It's my sister. They've taken her. Remains of the fallen warrior Wonyu perish in the combat zone. I regret to inform you, the ceasefire 5 years ago, tensions north and south has reached their peak. Shut the hell up! I'm trying to sleep here! Be the only one with problems? Acting tough, huh? But she's all I got. Time to teach her some manners. Hey, that's enough. On your feet, kid. Let's go find your sister. I'll go alone from here. Stay by the bike and keep quiet. No, I'm coming with you. Look, these guys are dangerous. But you've got no idea what they're capable of. Just wait here. Swings Jin's steel fist directly towards the enemy will kill an enemy on contact instantly. Cool. Oh, okay. So it is one-shot kills. Oh, close. Yeah, sure. Oh, there. Now it says go. Okay, okay. I gotta close it first. Quantum knife. Throws a knife in the near enemy. Knife has limited range, can't pass through walls. Slightly shorter than a firearm. Close the gap quickly, make up the difference. Okay. Oh, damn it. I wasn't close enough. Oh, god damn, there's two of them. Shit. Fuck you, I fucking did the fucking thing. Fuck off. Oh, fuck. Hey, dipshit, can't you see this is a business meeting? Meeting's over. Arrogant little shit! Oh, so I just killed them all. A squirrel looking for his nuts. Wait a second, you son of a bitch! Just give me a second, motherfucker. Time's up. Look. He's looking. Do you see him? He's looking. Pattern blue. Scion confirmed. Secure her. Oh. Under the Republic of Jushin security protocol, Scions are subject to mandatory isolation and assessment. The girl's readings barely exceed the baseline, well within margin of error. In other words, she's harmless enough. Blah, blah, blah. How about we talk? Okay. Let's go. Oh, so that shit on the ground that I'm picking up is like money or something. Something of that nature. I'm sure you heard stories, right? The Diamond Wolves, an outfit made up of former soldiers. Kusan is crawling with guys like that who goes around memorizing every gangs. They're the wild punks, made up of veterans like you. They're after Dr. Go from the First National Research Institute and the test subject from their work Project Origin. Project Origin? It's a project to create an artificial scion. Artificial? Disgusting. After forcibly locking them up as risk factors, and now you're making scions joke? What a bad joke. Or you're making science? What a bad joke. Zeke, I need you by my side. I want to go to Shark Tank and pitch them my company Shark Tank. It's a tank you sit into Shark Tank, instead of doing it on the porch or church. And now that I say it out loud, I don't think they'll be interested. Never mind. The test subject of Project Origin is unofficial national strategic weapons. I heard about the recovery effort stalling. The NSB can help, but they'll need you on this one. Are you in? Oh, I'm in. Thought you wanted to get your arm looked at. What's with the laundromat? It's just a front. A gun laundering running laundromat. A gun launderer running a laundromat. What a lousy joke. Hey, if it works. Oh, hi. Long time no see, old man. Still as talkative as ever. Everything okay? Yeah, this won't take long. Looks like my sewing machine needs oil. Needs new oil. That easy? Security's only as good as the person keeping it. Let's fucking go. Mr. Jin. Goodness, it's been a while, hasn't it? I see you brought a friend. Looking sharp as ever, Nemo. This is Ain. He's with the National Security Bureau. Hey, not everyone needs to know that. If we're going to be working together, it's better that Nemo understands the situation. Mr. Ain, was it? I can assure you of my utmost discretion. This damn city. You'll get used to it. Now, gentlemen, I appreciate that you must be extremely busy. Please allow me to expedite the Warhand modification process. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jin. Oh. Purchase and install upgrades and weapons. Once you finish, head to Ain's car and start the next mission. Okay. Visit Mito's laundromat to purchase upgrades and weapons. Head to the garage on your right to start the next mission. Okay. Please purchase the Charge Punch upgrade from the list. Okay. Equip Charge Punch is an upgrade slot. You're all set. Okay. Customize your ability by equipping new upgrades. Okay. How does it feel? The new control should give you some extra vigor. Lighter than it was in the military, but again, I haven't unlocked its full potential yet. Please be patient. If I were to unlock the Warhand's function all at once, the strain on your body would be catastrophic. Let's take it one step at a time. Thanks for looking out for me, Nemo. Of course. Should you wish to review or swap your skills, you may do so here. Oh, block incoming attacks with your war hand. Quick step. Oh, his basic movement speed. Yes.
Mel Gibson uses a Christian computer.
You can't use upgrades here.
With me. Jesus, take the keyboard. Oh.
Okay. Need to upgrade, but oh, upgrade. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. There we go. Quick step. An auto recovery. Quantum knives drop on the ground, automatically turn to Jin. Oh, after 3 seconds. Okay. Yeah, quicker step. No, not that. I'm hurt. I guarantee you won't be disturbed until Mr. Jin has concluded his business. He said the... Oh, right here. Looks like the car is parked inside. The Diamond Wolves have already arrived at the research facility. We need to hurry. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Mr. Peril, with the 500 bits and the... This looks bad. Hey, snap out of it. Where's the doctor? Dr. Go made it to the safe room with the test subject, but I don't know how long they have left. The Diamond Wolf showed up sooner than I expected. Rest easy, we'll take it from here. I'll take it from here. Again. Charge punch. Oh, press and hold the punch, concentrate power, and war hand. Okay. Just hold it down. Okay. Fuck, he had a gun. I fucking punched him. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Whoops. They're quick, man. It's tough. It ain't easy. No, 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 no! Fucking back up! Oh, I didn't pick up my fucking knife again! Fuck me! Oh my god, that guy almost fucking tagged me again, motherfucker. That one dude with a gun. What the fucking bullshit? Oh, he's shooting. Okay, that's not cover. Okay. No, come on! Yep, he's got a fucking gun, dude! Fuck off, man. There, fuck off. Got him. Okay. Yep, grade's getting lower and lower. Okay. Dude. Why can I not hit him and then... Fucking hell, man. Man, those fucking dogs! Why don't I have a gun? fuck me. Fucking got him. Let's go. Sorry, but it's probably too late for you. You think I don't know that? You gotta save Haru. The Diamond Wolves activated the lab's high voltage shutter. You'll need the security card to deactivate it. One of my colleagues should have it. My God, they're all dead, aren't they? I'll find the card. Haru, you must save her. What a brutal way to go. No idea what was coming. There we go. Now we got it. What? You did it. Please take care of the child. Try to save your energy. Is this the price we pay for trying to play God? Haru, I'm so sorry. Looks like the doctor and the test subjects have already been taken. Okay, let me check the lab for any clues I may have left behind. I will punch everything. Give me your clues! Give me your clues, science bitches! Well, flashbacks. You're late. Picked up a sign. Ooh, grab! Project Origin, what the hell is it? Golden's on the tank, I know that face. Tell me what's going on. So this is why they wanted you for the job. Get in the car. We gotta secure the test subject before it's too late. B for alright. Pretty good. Baverage. You did a baverage job. Project Origin test subject is capable of triggering a psionic explosion. EMP that fries the nervous system of all living beings. If it were triggered within the city limits, the death toll would be unimaginable. Millions would lose their lives in an instant. Of course, the test subject would be destroyed in the process. But that doesn't explain what you saw in the lab. You'll get your answers. But first we finish the job. Crackle! The restraints are toast. We can't even get near. Pathetic. Verdicts Riverside. Whoa, shit! Splutter. How unfortunate. Would you please listen? I'm a sheep with giant titties. Does this turn you on? She's a child, you heartless bastard. Colonel, we have a problem. Forces guarding the facility have been wiped out. Said it would take some time until the new restraints are ready. Yes, sir. I won't sacrifice any more troops for nothing. Leave the child and fall back. An intruder. Right on time. Nemo will be here soon. I ordered a custom handgun. You'll need it to deal with the wolves. Oh my god, a gun! Gentlemen, over here! What's with the box? I was hiding. From whom exactly? Okay. Tozuriazi pistol, Mr. Jin. Why did they make it so hard to say? I've adjusted the grip texture, blah, 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 blah. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. To use a weapon, you must first install a weapon driver in an upgrade slot. Drivers can be swapped, but they cannot be removed. Okay. Oh, I can, okay. I see. Firearms form the cornerstone of your arsenal. You must at least have at least one equipped. Allow me to offer you a complimentary upgrade slot expansion. Thank you. Handgun right there. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. I can rotate it. All right. There we go. Now we got it. Cool. Little Tetris and we got it. We're good. Whoops. No. Put it back in. There you go. Right there. Now fuck off. There we go. Shoot the gun. One bullet can just injure, second bullet can kill somebody. Okay. What? Really? So limited amount of ammo too. Fuck's sake. Oh, eat a dick! I wish I could more easily tell which ones have a gun. Fucking wrong button! That was not the wrong button, I just wasn't close enough. Why wasn't it fucking doing that? Okay, so you get ammo from ammo boxes and they're really fucking stingy with it. Got it. What the fuck do we gotta do to that guy? Oh, I got him. The knife got him. Okay. How do you avoid that? Huh? All right. What the fuck? Don't do that. Cool game, man. Really cool. I like it. It's you know, it's got a difficulty to it, but it's gonna be cool, and the soundtrack is pretty good. If it changes, like it is kind of like loopy. It's like kind of the same shit. I wish it would change more as it progressed, or it wasn't so like, you know, oh, you don't like the music? I liked it. I didn't mind it, but it does become grating after a while. That was my contention with it, but. All right, that was Kusan, City of Wolves. All right, next one is going to be from my side, which is 33. Okay. And 21, it looks like. That's going to be Riz Dungeon Skeleton Key to My Heart. Oh, my fucking God, I'm so glad. All right, Riz Dungeon. The skeleton key to my heart.
Gather your party, traverse the dungeon. What? Obviously. In Riz Dungeon, you're weak as shit.
You're weak as
So flirt with monster girls and let them do the fighting.
Yep.
Just try not to make them jealous. Everything you need to know about your girlfriends is on the worldwide spider web. Learn what really grinds their gears or makes them devote their life to you. Grow closer to them at the inn. Talk about your special interests, trauma dump, and then sleep in separate beds.
Done.
Fed up with it? You can always
dungeon.
Wait. No, don't. Wait. Delve deeper into the dungeon to encounter new faces. More to kiss, more to recruit. So flirt your way through the dungeon. Manage everyone's
Am I going to do a demos I wanted to play but didn't think tomorrow?
RPG stuff.
I don't think so. Nah. I think it's good. I'm actually getting to play some of the ones I wanted to play anyways. It's not all on a big list. It's like, this is a question, this is what I want to play.
You've
so
played video
I think
games.
we did good.
You know the drill.
All right, did I
Traverse
download
the
it?
dungeon, fight
I didn't download it yet.
Monsters.
Oh my god, 185 megs? It's a small ass game.
Not yet. Most.
All right, fighting is hard, right? Let your party do it for you. Romance monster girls and traverse the dungeon. Hopefully they'll all get along, right? This one's due out in September, developed and published by Snoozy Kazoo, which is a great name. I love it. Let's go. Would you be interested in taking a short feedback survey after you play? Nah.
Riz Dungeon, skeleton key to my heart.
There you go. That's me. That's my name. New. Okay, there we go. Wait, we're jumping in? We're jumping right in? No pretty animated opening? Must be tough times. Come on, no way we got that kind of budget for the demo. We made $0. Zilch, nada. The evil dungeon, or evil dragon demon lord isn't even your ex yet. The plot has gone rogue. Wait, what? Don't worry about it. So what are your plans for the day? Well, I'm actually going to get a gift for my lovely evil dragon demon lord girlfriend. A beautiful demon bouquet. It's our anniversary soon. How sweet, and definitely not an action that will make me be made in vain. Yep, and you can find a demon bouquet in the Dauntless Depths, which I've never traversed by myself before. To be honest, I'm a little scared, but like, how hard could it be? I've done tons of things on my own before, like walking. How do I do that again? Seriously, just put one step in front of the other with the WASD and turn using Q and E. Oh no, not a door. This might be the end. Surely you've opened a door before. No, the evil dungeon demon lord would do it for me. Right, of course. Also, isn't this one locked? Hold on, I actually think if I remember correctly, I just gotta look around a little and might find the key. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Oh my gosh, I did it. Okay. Though I am a grown woman, to be explicitly clear. Okay, grown woman, go down that ladder and get to floor 2. Okay. Here I am, 2nd floor. So, any other pearls of wisdom you wish to bestow upon me? Nope, this is your moment, Taffy. Go forth and demonstrate your mastery over slightly more complicated versions of previous mechanics. Boo. What am I saying? Or what? Am I laying on too thick? I feel capable. Fight or flirt. Eek, a monster girl. Oh, come on, you haven't seen a monster girl before. But never on my own. The evil demon dragon lord usually was here to protect me. Oh, no worries, this is a demo for Riz Dungeon, so you just need to beat her up. Okay, good luck with that. Attaches and nuzzles. Glorp. What will Taffy do? Attaches and nuzzles. Glorp. Ow, my delicate knuckle bones. Wowie. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're weak as shit. Seems punching might not really be your thing. Let's try again. Do a little deductive reasoning. In Riz Dungeon, Riz? No, fool. You can't even dream of rizzing. Not yet, anyways. For now, try flirting. Oh, right. That's something I am good at. It's about time you got spicy in here. Blow a kiss. Is it hot in here or is it just you? I'm a grown man and I'm playing this game. You are not, do not adjust your PC or your settings. I am a grown 46-year-old man playing Riz Dungeon. This is what I do. This is me. I performed a critical kiss on a slime girl. The world is healing. I suddenly feel more, what's the word? It's like there's power surging up inside me. That's your courage. Talking to monster girls is scary after all. Until your courage is maxed out, good luck getting getting a monster girl to even look twice at you. Keep flirting. Where is my courage? What's shaking, bacon? Taffy is ready to riz, and their stats have drastically increased. Oh, it's the top right bar. That's my courage. Okay. Gorp! I think I'm about to burst.
Don't worry, we're watching you play this.
Thank you, Pharos. Thank you for the 62 months. With confidence, I can do anything. Your time is now. Riz that monster girl. Attempt to riz the enemy. Nom on some goop, a slimy pickup line, compliment bones. Ooh, it's a tough choice. I'm gonna nom on some goop. Begin shoveling slime into her mouth. Have you tried yourself? You need to put this on some toast. Gorp. There's something wrong with you. Riz Bozo. Oh, they are gooping around. Lol L Riz Bozo. Jesus. Yeah, you gotta see the little dialogue box here. Riz Bozo lol. And nothing happened. She hates me? Come on, did you think Monster Girls were easy? Maybe if you had said the correct Riz, sure, but that clearly wasn't the case. Do the whole song and dance again. Yep, okay. Whoops, that was terrible. Your hand looks heavy. Can I hold it for you? Slimy pickup line. Gotta be it. Your ooze leaves a trail of warmth wherever you go. Maybe we could get stuck together? Flustered gloop! Oh my gosh. She finally loves me. Remind me again how you landed the evil dragon demon lord? Well, clearly they can spot a total package when they see one. Anyway, be careful when you riz. Sloppy flirting like before can end up deadly. Channel your inner wordsmith and tame that monster girl. Be the monster girl, maybe not.
Shorty secured.
Shorty secured. And oh, your pet name shall be. Oh my god. How about Sploosh? Oh my god. How about Camantha? Camantha? All right, Camantha it is. Oh, and she's on my side now. Okay. She's in the group. 2 floors down. I was getting pretty worried there. Yeah. We've done something pretty easy so far. In that case, time to see the rest of the dem. Oh no! What is this? Another monster girl. She's a goblin. She's so much scarier. This is my turf, human. Come get clobbered. Oh my god, help. You have that slime with you now. Her name is... You're not alone. She'll help you out in battle. Let's see what she can do. No, don't make me go first, Tabby. Camantha is now sulking. Stats down. Camantha's attack decreased. Camantha's defense decreased. I believe in you, Taffy. You're irresistible. Camantha raised Taffy's courage by 1. Just give me a sec. If I let my hammer get dirty, it's a problem, so... And nothing happened. slime's great. Her name is, but she could be doing more, don't you think? Hey, she's doing her best, okay, aren't we all? That being said, she does seem a bit distant. Maybe some motivation would help her do even better. Go check up on her. Oh, interact with your party. 1 minute. I've got to talk to my girl over here, if you don't mind. Let me hug her? Taffy gave a big hug to Camantha. You're so warm, Taffy. You're a great hugger. Camantha is now determined. Stats up. Attack increased. Defense increased. Oh, she liked that. If you hug a slime, she'll light up with determination. That's the best possible mood for battling. Depending on what you do or what happens in battle, monster girls can have a lot of different moods, and moods affect how a monster fights. It all depends on her personality. Make use of your party to get the results you want in battle. You're taking notes? I think I'm understanding. Don't worry too much for now. Just do your best to get rid of that goblin. Whether you riz her or knock her out, it's all the same to me. Also, you're in the middle of a fight, you know. Stop ignoring me. Glorp! Get bonked, dork. Now, when I flirt, is she doing it for me? Oh, Camantha used bony, goopy arm swing. Maybe it's easier to flirt when they're hurt. Taffy is ready to riz and their stats have drastically increased. Right, okay. Here's some help showing up. Aren't I nice? What will Taffy do? Time to riz the enemy. Observe freckles. Praise hammer size. Compliment smashing ability. Ooh, what do you think, guys? What do you think? I'm leaning towards hammer size, but smashing ability is also an option. Smash? All right, smash it up. So, do you come here often to, smash? No, lame. I'd rather make cool stuff than fight. Watch your stereotypes. El Riz Bozo. Oh, fucking shit. I think I'm okay now. Camantha's now okay. They're completely normal. Camantha's attack decreased and defense decreased. Great. Oh, there we go. There's a heal. Damn it! I missed the critical kiss. Oh, he missed. Nice. Okay. There you go. Okay, Rizzer. Time to Rizzer up now. Okay, praise hammer size. Wow, your hammer's like huge and you swing it so cool. Well, I built it myself if you want to see it up close. Shorty secured. All right. Let's call this one. Oh, I got it. Hamantha. For hammer. Oh, date or friend zone? What? What? Okay. Oh, date. You keep them. Oh, okay. I get it. So you either you bring them to the party, you vanquish them either way, but one you bring into the party and one you don't. I think. I'm just tired. Now you truly navigate the dauntless depths. How thrilling. Go forth, find the demon bouquet. Health flask heals me. Tastes like blood. fucking squeaker like a squeaky doll. God damn it, dude. The dungeon has traps. Entangle his legs. Okay. Cartographer, same thing, no doubt. Okay. Oops. How do I get to my fucking healing potion? I think someone is right next to me. Okay, maybe you can only heal in battle. No, don't make me go first. Camantha's now soaking, right? Of course. Yep. I'm too far away from the fight. No fair. Hamantha is now sulking. What the fuck? There we go. They're gooping around. Nothing happened. Camantha did nothing. Get bonked, dork! Wow. What's that heart of yours still doing in your chest? Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. Hamantha's holding back. Okay, let Taffy do her thing. Good. Because you would have killed her. Or might have killed her. Damn it. Is that enough? That's enough. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Time to riz her up. Come on, give her a riz. Okay, serious devotion, offer up heart, discuss benefits. Fuck, dude. I mean, offer up heart, she's been wanting the heart, but does she kill me? Whoa, 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 what happened? Oh, weird, my cursor went away. Discuss benefits. There we go, okay, never mind. Nowadays, getting married is more for tax benefits than anything else, right? What's your income? Put a price on love, you've deep-rooted evil in your heart that I'm terrified to comprehend. El Riz Bozo. Damn it, not a critical kiss. There we go. Jesus, come on, man. Oh, she went down. No! Dearly beloved, I offer my heart to you to have and to hold. Did you say beloved? I think you might have been the one I was seeking all along. Oh, Shorty secured. Let's go. Let's call her, Bride Man. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Oh, I do know that some monster girls have personal preference about turn order. Yes. Can I do that? Glug, glug, glug. Phew, how refreshing. Oh, everybody's back alive. Hooray. Oh, we're shitboxing a mod? Oh, no. Jingle said no to your jokes, Sea Lion. Sorry. Okay. They do heal our wounds and done free public transit, although it seems like I can only visit the inn right now. Not that I'm complaining. I could use a break and a drink. Oh, manage your monster girls and interact with the innkeeper. Okay. Soon will be patient in the proper time. Okay, who am I kidding? Welcome to my humble inn. Okay. Sleepovers. Okay. Anyways, all our beds are guaranteed 5 feet apart. Can I push them together? They're nailed to the ground. The beds are incredibly comfortable, however. Comfortable enough to create a perfect setting for gossiping, pillow fights, and other things girls like to do together. Okay, yes. And just maybe, if you're lucky, you might have a chance to bond even closer with your monster girls. Okay. There'll be no waltzing unless I see some sleepover tickets. Oh. In order to spend a night bonding with your monster girls, you need to give me a sleepover ticket. Okay. But I'm lying around and it'll dust the chest. Don't worry about it too much. Even without tickets, I suppose you're free to check upstairs. Manage your party. That's what I want. There we go. There we go. Okay. Clingy, jealous, proud. Okay. Oh, 60. Oh, you can have 69 monsters, of course. Of course. Smell like blue raspberry jam. Okay. Oh, it's saving. Okay. Can I ask a question? What's up, Skelly? It's not my name. Interesting that a girlfriend, you've also decided to pick up a few more women along the way, you dog. 3 or 4 or 5's a crowd, you know. I don't see a problem. The evil director shared me around tons of times before. She likes it when she can see other sides of me, especially when I'm being flirty with other monsters. But I guess I'm on my own right now. She's just... Okay. I've kind of been thinking about breaking up with her lately. Okay. Okay. I'm good. I think I gave it a fair shake, considering it's not really a game that I play. But yeah, no. I mean, it was all right. It was better than I thought, but it's just a lot of reading, and I don't fucking got time for that shit. Okay. That was Riz Dungeon. That was on my list. So we're going back to the A side to 91. Okay. 1D91 and 64 is the answer. Salt and Soul Pocket Chef's Adventure. Okay, let's check that out.
All right, standard RPG.
Salt.
Gather your party, traverse the dungeon.
Soul. There we go. Oh, this looks kind of cute. Yeah, we'll give this a shot. Okay. Let me get it put in the top corner here. Salt and Soul Pocket Chef Adventure. There we go. Okay, what is this? Awaken as a fragile porcelain salt shaker in a colossal shadowy kitchen. Guided by your grandmother's spirit, retrieve the key ingredient and master manual cooking mechanics to revive lost recipes. In this atmospheric adventure, every jump is a risk. Every dish tells a story. Coming soon, developed and published by Opus Mechanica Studios. Let's check it out. Oven Want with 37 months. Thank you, Oven Want. Appreciate that. You like food games, do you? Okay.
Did you pack the photo albums?
Yeah, they are in the box by the door. What about the pots?
I'll wash them when we come back tomorrow.
Oh, damn it. Hold on. Let's do that first. Quality, sure, why not? Oh, where's the subtitles? No subtitles? Nope. Hold on. Where's the subtitles, he says, saying he didn't want to read last time. Alright.
Did you pack the photo albums?
Did you grab the photo albums?
They are in the box by the door. What about the pots?
I'll wash them when we come back tomorrow.
We are really coming back.
We still have to sort our clothes and the recipe books. Can I take the cookie jar?
You already took half the cookies, buddy.
Let him keep it. Grandma would have let him anyway. She always said I was her favorite taster.
I don't know what they're saying either.
Come on, sweetheart.
Wait, can I say bye to the house? Go on, make it quick. Bye-bye, Grandma. I'm really gonna miss your cooking.
Yeah, we're all moving and grandma's cookies is missing like this. I'm a thing. Okay. Well, all right then. Oh, okay. Zeke, will you allow Europeans into what ifs when the new rules come into effect? Oh, you mean my if then? Oh, 14-day sub withdrawal period? I don't think that selecting a game is that important for people to like withdraw their subbage. So, of course. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna like pay for it and then go like, I just wanted to see if I'd win. Yoink. Vincent gifting a sub to Well-Rounded. Thank you very much. Oop, I guess that was first death. Oh, okay. To the kitchen. Yeah, people are kind of like, I mean, I get it though. Like, if you do giveaways or whatever for subs, or like drops for subs, that's gonna really affect drops, I'm sure. But I don't think it's gonna be a huge deal. I'd rather honestly just not talk about it, so we don't bring it up. I don't want people to know that you can fucking like refund your shit if you live in Europe. Insalata di nonna. Oh, something of my grandma? Nonna? So I gotta get lettuce, arugula, cucumber, lemon juice, olive oil, and salt. It's grandma's salad. There you go. I got salt. Oh, place them in there. Okay. Oh, that's no man's zone. Freshly wiped, waiting for it to dry until in the full release. Okay. Oh, there we go. Does this fat blob have a name? I'll just beat you to it. Yeah, it's Zeke.
I want to see Zeke cosplay the character while playing this game.
I can't move, or I can't look around at all. What is this? How the fuck do I get this? I can't even look around, dude. What the shit? I can't look around if I'm in the fridge at all. That's the problem. See, I can't turn the thing around. All right, you want one of my choice? All right, buddy. You got it.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
I guess that seems messy though. If that's what you have to do, it seems weird. Okay. So you actually have to do it in rhythm. Nope. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I have lemon juice, lettuce. I need arugula, cucumber, and olive oil. Oh, you liked it, Gladiator? Yeah, it's a great movie. A great little special. does seem weird, man. Because chef is made out of porcelain. Damn it. Now, cucumber and olive oil. But olive oil you don't keep in the fridge. As far as I know. I don't keep mine in the fridge. Cicely giving out a sub to Boppity, Boopity Boppity. Vincent giving out a sub to Boo and Let Us Pray.
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, okay. Ah, there you are. All right, now we just need a big old cucumber. Thank you, Gastus, with a fucking year, 1 whole year of support. Thank you, Gastus. Damn it. Dude, get up. There you go. So weird. Well, the cucumber's on my back.
Are you cooking, son?
A little bit of a glitch there. Cucumber's gonna be on my back. Hey, I made it! Penguin Explosion, thank you for the 7 years, 84 months. Fuck yes. And then Brewmaster Weege with the gifted sub to fuck Zeke. Nice, okay. Cool. Fun little game. Don't mind it at all. Nice work. Salt and Soul. Love the short, sweet, complete demos. Good job. All right. Now it's my turn. My list. B-sides. 32. 1D32. Love you, bud. Wouldn't do it if I didn't think you could take it. I know, baby. Don't worry about it. I got a thick skin. Obviously. I'm very thick-skinned. I'm fat. 2 on the 32. Ball game. I think this is exactly what I think it is. It's just a ball game. Okay. All right. Let's look up ball game. There it is.
What?
Yeah, this I forgot. It's a
ball game. Well.
Yeah. It's golf. That's right, it's a golfing kind of a game.
Is a physics platformer. It's golf at the speed of pinball, set in a physics sim that's full of happy accidents with plenty of room.
25 subs to rig it to a 12 on the roll.
Our dream was a golf-like game that's kinetic, tactile, ruthless, and rewarding.
The Janet DeMornay is a slumlord and a witch?
There are dozens and dozens of handcrafted holes that'll have you shoot
In
through
Fairness?
bubbles,
In
grinding
Farious?
on rails,
That one?
and a couple other things that I don't want to spoil right now.
Bonehold. You want Bonehold. Okay.
A golf ball. Now, they're not just any golf ball. They're a golf ball that was imbued with consciousness and banished to an interdimensional hotel.
There you go. Aim, bounce, smash, and grind your way. Did I download it? Yes. And grind your way through Ball Game, a ballsy physics platformer where you are the ball. Compete in challenging tournaments, speed-driven heists, and physics-bending courses where the precision of golf meets the speed of pinball. This one was developed and published by Human Computer, due to be announced. Release date to be announced. Let's do it. And yes, I do in fact have my controller ready to go. Would I play with your balls? I don't know. Last time somebody asked that and I said yes, it was messy, to say the least. Emotions got involved. In a tiny pocket universe tucked away at the edge of our own, there is a hotel for lost balls. Just like you. Only for money, basically, yes. Yeah, only for money. Wake up! Speaking of money, I'm drunk. Here's money. What up, buddy? Good to see you. Thank you for 57 months. Oh, you got to do it backwards. Okay. Look at those ant DJs. That's great. Damn it. Oh, I hate that this is backwards like this, though. Water won't kill you, but it's best to skip across. Add a new suggestion. Oh, you added one? Yeah, I will add it to the list. Ah, there we go. Twin stick. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so it's... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So. Oh, weird. Okay. God damn it. What is it saying? Oh, right. Oh, when aiming to cancel your shot. Oh, weird. Okay. Oh, when I'm charged, I can do a slow thing. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Hey, golf ball. What are you doing in the basement? Right, we're here just for the demo. We're just about to start a tournament. It's like golf. The ball that makes it to the flag and the fewest strokes wins. Grab gems along the way if you can. Each one helps your score. You'll figure out the rest. Now get there. Okay. Well, that didn't work out. Oh, 4 strokes. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm Dolph? Dolph for golf? I would like to replay the hole, please, but I can't. Oh, they won't let me. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, okay, now it will. That last time it would not let me replay the hole, but this time I can. But I got a par, so I'm good. Oh, fuck. I could have done something. Oh, so it doesn't count my stroke if I can just travel? Well, fuck's sake. Oh, well, oh, I can't now. Well, shit. Toasty! Oh my god, how many strokes is this one? Par 5. Wait a minute, that dude did that fucking hole in 2 fucking strokes? There's no way, dude. Oh, the blue crystals. Oh, that's what I should be looking for. Okay, I'm gonna replay the hole then. Okay, so if I get how many blue crystals it takes off a stroke? 7 of them? So these ones don't matter. Those ones are just money. Okay, there we go. I see. They told him up at the end. Okay. Yo, Cicely giving a sub to Stroke It Harder, Daddy. That's kind of gross. Oops. Oh. God, how would I even get it in that? I'd have to like stopgap it. Oh, there's a fucking wire. God damn, okay. Wow. That guy is beating me by 13 fucking strokes. Good Lord. Oh, you prick. Yeah. Okay. That's a pretty good game. I can see how it could be a lot of fun, but I kind of get the idea, so I'm ready to move on. That's Ball Game, if you want to check it out. Let's see. That was mine, right? Yep. So the next one is 90. 90? Okay, 90. All right. And oh, hold on, that didn't work. Let me try again. No, let me try again. Come on. Let me try again. Do it again. God damn it! Come on. One of these times it's gonna hit the thing I want. Right? Damn it! I wish there were. Can I make it? Hold on, I got it. There's one. And 1. Look at that. 1 and 1. Hell yeah. Oh, fucking bribery, dude. No, now listen, this would not work. This would not work for anybody else but a Sicily. Sicily's been here forever. And I wasn't even planning on, like, you know, making you cough up the money for that. But if you want to, you want to. All good. All right. This is preferential treatment for someone who's been here and been a fucking generous motherfucker for years now. Okay. Bonehold is what you want, huh? All right, buddy. I know you said you would. I know.
Ball Game. Well.
I know. Bone. But also, it doesn't guarantee that I'll fucking like play it for a long time. Okay, dungeon crawler with elements of roguelike and ARPG games. Kill hordes of enemies, duel mighty bosses, and acquire legendary loot. This one's coming out July 28th, developed and published by Pixel Jackal. Let's download it. There we go. As a new viewer, I disdain the corruption I am observing. Yes, I get it. This is a special one. Don't expect this treatment from anybody else. Bone, hold. Okay. Shall we give it a try? I wonder why you want this one. Verho Maker? All right, Sicily gifting out 25 subs to That Blonde One, a non-gamer, Pettykin, Spindletop, Grooviest Squash, Caffey, Sector, Cinebuns, Snowman Sir, Eepy Raccoon, A Sneaky Dingo, Wild Leo Knight, Web Runner 227, M Drake 777, Midnight King, Harvest of the Sea, Feel No Pain, Sub-Zero, Air Collapse, Surprise Bees, Wicked Amaye 08, Redshift Wizard, and Jaden Luvnov.
Hail, Berserkers!
Yeah, I played Verho sounds. Yeah, what? Okay, I gotta know what that is. I played it, right? Yeah, Verho, Curse of Faces. There you go. Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, I remember now. That's why. That was for a substream, right? A 100-month substream? Or a if then, one of those two. All right, new run, let's go.
I heard a charming little legend.
It was if then, there you go.
About a fortress in the far south known as Bonehold.
Bonehold.
They say it hides a power great
Thank you, Gloog,
enough
with the
to
89
let me
months.
conquer the world. There is, of course, one tiny issue. No one has ever returned alive. Hardly a problem. My plan is impeccable. My apprentice will enter, retrieve the power, and return to me. And if he dies, well, that's simply inefficient, not final. I'll just raise him and send him back until he gets it right. Eventually. All I need is the key to that power, hidden within Bonehold.
It really relishes saying Bonehold. Oh no, sir. No, sir. Yes, God, don't, please. Thank you. Oh, man. I was once like you, now I'm this. Do not disappoint him. You're too weak. Collect the souls around the graveyard and come back to me. Oh, these guys, okay. Bob, are you ready for Bonehold? Did you hear that? He said, Wishlist Emberville. Good, now go to the east section of the graveyard and offer them to the old gods in exchange for power. Oh, the vagabond class, okay. Ah. Get yourself in the dungeon. Okay, sounds good. Let's go. I will enter the Bonehold. Epic Ring of Magic. Okay. Rider riding rides, taking for 66. Oh, so you can get it. My smoke detector is going off. God damn it! Someone change the batteries. I love that that's your first time chat. That's great. That's a good. That's a neat gimmick. Rare old shield. Oh, there you go. Rare disciple staff. Heal potions heal more when your health is below 25%. Deals physical damage over time on melee hit. Oh, okay. Better than what I got. To avoid starving. Wait a minute. I have I have a starvation meter? Is that my yellow meter? Is the starvation? Yeah, it has to be, right? Summon Jawer. Oh. Oh, R. Weird, okay. Go, kill that thing. There you go, good boy. Oh. Why is my mana going down? Oh my god, because that guy takes my mana. Takes mana to stay. Hey, Devin! Is Devin here? Psyking SS? Do we have Devin chat? Press M to map. Okay. And then we got to give the sub from Assistily to Psyking SS. Yes, I did play Verho. Yep, I did indeed. Oh my god! Oh, that is my starvation meter. Okay. You're right. What's the yellow bar then? Red bar, obviously health, blue bar mana. Yellow bar is I would think it was stamina, but it doesn't. It's not going down. Oh, the dash takes the stamina. Okay. Okay, so the sword has like bleed on it. And it can bleed anything. Okay.
Do you bleed? You will.
Epic rusty gloves, huh? Chance of creating a hurtful stain around you when performing a dash. I should have known that was a choice for a reward. I hope I picked the best one. God damn it. Reading is hard. I don't read so good. Okay, so I'm guessing those are ickies that I don't want to touch. tutorialized me on like hidden passages yet, so I'm not sure if there are, but it would be weird if there wasn't. At some point. Okay, that does hurt. Okay, just making sure. Shitty shits. Oh, it's a rare old shield? I don't want no shield. I don't want no goddamn shield. Alright, so I aim this way, and then I go down right. Go hang a right after this. Higher chance of stun from critical strikes. I have no idea. Times 2. I don't know what that means. Oh, give me some boots. Oh, you dick! Oh my god, bunch of dicks! Common arcane trap. Oh, it just, okay. Oh shit! I am starving! Where do I find more dungeon crackers?
Eat my asshole!
Ooh. Tinker Seer goggles. Magic armor, bonus health, bonus mana. Wow. Reveals all enemies and chests on map. Chance of creating an explosion when you're performing a dash. Okay, small chance of canceling vampiric hunger when taking damage. Sure. Nah, that rare rusty sword is good. That bleed mechanic is too good. I just stood there and took that like a dipshit. Pete, thank you for the bits. Also, one for you, Zvi.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My nephew. Well, we don't like you very much, do we? Wow, you are tough. Man. She had some help on her. Dick. Nope. Get him, Nibbles. Oh my God! Some sort of eldritch horror hiding in that fucking thing. What is this? Oh, was it empty? God damn it. Oh! Yeah, I could see you hiding in there that time. Okay. Good job, buddy. Yeah, there you go. Get him, buddy. Nice work. Who's a hungry boy? Who's a hungry boy? Mana regenerates over time. Nice. Hell yeah. Wow, he is pretty fucking strong, man. What was that? I didn't even look at what it was. There we go. Common magic explosion. You create a powerful magical discharge around you that injures everyone in your path. Okay. Let's see what that does. Oh, it's just AoE from me. Okay. Oh, it's got a long cooldown. Okay. 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 Oh, I do have the rare novice boots. So those are just shit boots. Those are shit. You don't want those. That's just crap shit. There you go. Bonus mana. Or shit. Where's my boy? Come on out, buddy. You're doing great, pal. Oh, I ran out. Oh, it's got a cooldown. Shit. Come on, buddy. Come on out. Yep, there you go. Burn them all up, buddy. Oh, yeah. Give them the burnies. Oh, yeah. That's a good burn. That's a good boy. Who's my good boy? All right. Go back to your home while we regenerate some mana. Oh, mouse cursor's on the screen for some reason. Common fireball, you bet. Also, I have no food. Where does one get it? I need a dungeon biscuit, like bad. Oh, bitch, listen. Hey, there we go. Nope. What is this? Oh, okay. Never mind, never mind. There, give me their dungeon biscuit. Got it. Damn it. Epic Club slows the enemy on melee hit. Killed enemies explode, damaging nearby foes. Sure. Damn, dude. Good shit. Up! Get out of here. Oh, fucking slime bitches. Oh, I can't. You can't dash through enemies. Oh, I'm gonna get womboed. I'm gonna get womboed so bad. Or not. And regenerates over time. Oh! Yeah, how do you like that? Oh, shit. Man, I was close to death. Holy moly, fuck. Did I go backwards? No, I did not go back. There is something in the middle. Oh, look at that, the Rat King. Try stealing from me and I'll let my cousins chew your boots and maybe you. Buy restock for 100 gold? Where's my gold? 996. His shit all costs food? You gotta be kidding me. It costs food, not gold. I have the gold. What a fucking dick. No, it makes sense for a rat to want food instead of gold. I get it. I'm not saying I don't. Just saying that sucks. When I have tons of gold and no food. Oh, no, not that. Just pick it up and eat it, you prick. Well, I'm certainly glad I can dash twice. Yes, okay, down and around. Well, that wasn't worth it at all. This sucks. That's right, I don't have to pick up food. I can just walk over it, dipshit. $36 bonus, man. I have the epic ring of magic. Yes, I do. Okay, so I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay. Oh, why does it switch? It doesn't remember my choice. Dude. Am I dying slowly because of this fucking stink? Okay. Oh, you fucker. Fuck you. Oh shit. Oops. Oh. Come on, buddy. Kill him. Kill them all. Good boy. That's a good boy. Oh, who's my cute little boy? Fucking there we go. Now we found one. You look familiar. You have been here before? All right, buddy. Daddy's got a shop. Fucking one food ration is fucking 400 fucking highway robbery over here. The rare rusty cleavers, physical damage, deals physical damage over time, right? Well, my club is epic. No. How's the roll on this one? No. God damn it. You're gonna make me buy this shit, aren't you? I have an epic club, though. I can't believe it. Oh, man. Fuck you. Kill him? Sure. We got him. Fuck him up, kitty. All right. I will wish list it now. Bloop. There you go. Good game. Very, very nice work. Fun game. Really easy to get into. I dig it. You made it nice and simple and fun. So. Beautiful work. Nice job. That is Bonehold. Check it out. It was good. Demo's free, as all the demos have been and will be. It was free. Okay, let's see. That was Bonehold. That was on the A side. Time for a B side. What are we at on B side? 31. Okay. 31. Bloosh. Oh, look, I rolled an 11. I finally rolled an 11. It was on the wrong side. And it's going to be Inferius. All right, let's copy that. Let's delete that. There we go. And paste that there. And let's see what Inferius is. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's download it first. A blend of Dante's Inferno and Lovecraftian horror.
What a cold demise,
It's a card game, but it doesn't say deck builder though. It doesn't say deck builder. Okay. That's important. It doesn't say it, so it might just be a card game like Gwent.
Chance at redemption. The infernal
E-R-I-U-S.
Take the void's
Okay.
Earn the souls that shall fuel our escape.
All right. A blend of Dante's Inferno and Lovecraftian horror. A first-person roguelike deck builder. Oh, it says it right there. Fuck, it didn't say it here. It said it here. Using the Major Arcana tarot cards to strategize against the horrors lurking in the darkness. Build a perfect deck. Challenge each ruler of the 9 levels of hell. Die often and repeat. Developed and published by Lucid Rain Studios. Coming soon. It says coming soon. Yeah, build a perfect deck. I didn't even see that part. No, I didn't veto it because I wish listed it. I was the one who suggested it. I'm not going to veto my own game. What do you think I am? Okay. do you think you are? I am! Truth Eris, thank you for the 94 months and the shark noises. Why do I only have 3 fingers? Cool opening, guy. No, Taimu, I've been vetoing. This one looked cool, and it might, you know, might have a different kind of like, because I don't mind deck builders, but there's just so many of them. It's hard to wade through the crap.
It worked. The sacrifice I have made for your soul to walk with the light of mine. But let's not revel prematurely, Pilgrim.
Okay. Light drains over time. Sanity drains when light is depleted. Losing all of your sanity will kill you. Fire is used to replenish your light. You can hold a max of 8 at a time.
There, life's fading embers. Soul essence. Siphon it.
Soul containers. This infernal scape eternally exists in the essence of sinful souls. They fuel its veins and feed its fires an infinite supply of misery.
Some souls burn in eternal despair. Take.
Oh, I can absorb that one all the way until everything's filled. Okay.
So, it can steal from the void, but can it manipulate it? Use the essence. Rend your own way.
What? What happened? My lantern is dark.
Unbelievable. And not even a trace. Yet.
My sanity's going down. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. What the fuck just happened? Yo, Classic Kitty with the Rady. How was Faded Friday? Are we having good weed day? A good weed day? We brought you a chipped dickle. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you. Okay. So that's what happened. Okay. I wasn't supposed to jump down. I get it. Absorb. Gimme. Thank you. Oh, I'm going down. Elevator time.
The void taints souls, corrupts. Be wary of these husks.
Daryl Undercroft. Hi, guys. Oh, hey, look. It's a rejects from Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh, goatsy. Look at that right there. Oh. Right. I forgot. Hi, guys. Just passing through. Yep, me too. Sheesh. Yeah, it's Spirit Halloween on the day after Halloween. There's still a few stragglers, but it's mostly dead. Hey, hey, what? They have given me 0 way to defend myself as far as I know. A pilgrim's path is shadowed and fleeting, but see how the sinful souls readily offer their light. Are they kin or afraid?
Below sinners are owned, collected by the void's deck. Cards, power. In your palm, you hold the tether of one's existence.
Okay. Starter deck acquired.
And so is the void's sadistic game. Souls against souls. Such savage gambles. But what for?
I will challenge you. Okay. Okay, use WASD to look around the card table. Check, clicking the hourglass will end your turn. Okay. You start with action points each turn, placing your card using that. Okay, at the start of each new round, flip the coin to determine who starts the round. Candles represent life points. Okay, card will block damage from its lane. There's no card blocking incoming damage will be taken directly to a candle. Okay, you only have 5 candles. Reaching 0, you will die. Got it. Okay. Major card. Okay. Card stats. Major stat and amount to buff. Minor card. Yeah. Flip the coin.
You're a cunt!
There we go. Wow, that wasn't a big flip. Thank you, Truth Harris. And Hella DeVol with 5 years. 5 years ago, I was slimmer, smarter, and happier. I blame you. Here's to another 5. Well, you're welcome. Yo, Chads with 94. Thank you, the Chads. Appreciate that. I'm doing. Okay. I think we resolve attack at the end, right? After his turn, we resolve the attack. Yeah. Well, power and toughness and speed. The wheel has good power, good toughness, and low speed. The fool has 10 power. Now he has 11 defense, so he can withstand 1 attack. Sure. Well, show me what's happening. Not enough strength. Yep. That's a win.
Rewarded like slaves. But each win is a step towards something far greater.
Okay. Let me... There we go. The moon. I acquired the moon. We're going to blow up the moon. Oh, we're going up. I thought we were going down.
In truth, I didn't think my lantern would work as a tool, a shield, not a sign of the Void's corruption on you. Carry my tainted soul, and yours will be protected. Say I've shown my worth in this cooperation.
Upper left corner. If I'm ever doing any days or demo days, the game title will be in the upper left corner.
Head to the dock, enter Limbo, and triumph. Then I'll quell your confusion.
Wait, the fuck? Why the fuck did that cost me so many fucking fires?
He knows it. A pilgrim. But strange.
Oh, using it as a flashlight depletes it. Faster. Okay. Let's take ooh, the tower. 9 health, 9 defense. An amniotic sanctum of wisps so frail and prone to upset. Disturbance is ill-advised. Alright, bitch, let's go. We have such sights to show you. No, it's a wall, basically. We're talking Magic the Gathering. The tower is like a wall that hopefully no one can get through. All right, who has? Oh, come on. Okay. Give you some speed so you can beat the fool. Yeah, 10 speed, you'll hit first. I think you do enough damage. I think it's just, you just have to do 2 damage, and that the fool dies, perhaps. And I guess that's it, since I'm kind of, you know. Sure, why not? Okay. I'm gonna get smacked twice because I didn't get any major arcana. The wheel out there. Let's see, 8 against 3, that'll be 5 damage. The speed gonna get hit though. Oh, it only has 1 health. But 9 defense, you're fine. It'll be fine. You can take the hit from this. You go over here. And we will give you... Your power's enough to hit. But if we do 11, that kills. Okay. But he's got cards to play. Oh, he's gonna give it speed? Why are you doing speed? Yeah, there you go. And almost dead. Almost. right, you first, bitch. And the star, more power, more defense. 8 power? Still not getting through my D. You're still not getting through my D. What do you got? 7 defense? You'll live, but if we have, oh god damn it, we don't have power. Just cause. I might as well use the cards while I got them. They hit you twice. Bloop. Florp. Dead. Oh, not dead. Not enough power, right? Better put something in front or you're gonna die. Oh, you're dead. And that's that. The hoarder has been quelled. Oh. Give me a treasure? Oh, no? Pram, pram, pram. Okay. Oh well, there I went. Okay. Yep. What's this? I don't know. It's pointing. I have no idea what you want from me. Alright. Alright. Hey, for a deck builder, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Cool environment, but I'm ready to move on to the next game. Okay, what do we got? 89 now. Hey, we're we're getting that list down. We're gonna get all of them before tomorrow's over. I'm sure of it. We only have to get 119 more games, and we get them all done. We can do this. 66, and that gives us Sovereign Tower. All right, let's see if Sovereign Tower is something we want to do. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might veto this one just because it is.
Only the true sovereign chosen by the gods shall gain entry to the ruined tower.
There it is.
Welcome, Your Grace. Your story starts here. Recruit humble knights with noble goals. Look, Your Grace, your subjects await.
Yeah.
Matters.
Visual novel.
Go out there and win the hearts of the people. Let us not.
Thank you, Gravy George, for 22 months.
Assign your finest knights to legendary quests.
Okay. I think I'm gonna, yeah. Visual novel is gonna be out. Gonna be a veto from me. All right, let's try again. What was it? 89. We're at 88 now. Let's go. 61 this time. That is Retro Arcade Shop. Okay. Retro Arcade Shop Simulator. This might be fun. A little shop slop for you. Yep, okay. Build and manage your ultimate retro arcade. Buy classic arcade machines, Galaxy Pinball, and Gift Claw games, or invest in a Cinema 8D, go-karts, and racing simulators. Manage the economy, hire staff, and play the games yourself. Coming soon, developed by Alt Tab Game, published by Ultimate Publishing and Ultimate Games and Playway. Coming soon. No release date, no nothing. It's coming soon. Okay. Retro Arcade Simulator. Okay. Let's do the new game. Shop, slop, shut him down, open up shop. Welcome to Retro Arcade Shop. Build and expand. Yep. Okay. Equip the broom and clean the dirt. Fuck. Every time I play one of these goddamn games. Oh, I see. Okay. Not really a broom, more of a mop thing. Open the company app, select a room, and customize its wallpaper. Man, fuck this. No, thank you. I wish I could get into that shit, but I just can't. No. I don't want to fucking, I want arcade games that just, it's so slow to start these fucking things. I wish I liked that, but I don't. I can't pretend I'm going to sit here and enjoy that shit. Sorry. Uh, 48. Hey, Mortal Shell 2. We've heard of that shit. Okay. Fucking what? Fucking 56, 55 gigabytes? Fucking what? Jesus Christ. Okay. Their flesh is your weapon. Mortal Shell 2 is a standalone sequel to action RPG with adrenaline-charged, high-stakes combat. Possess warrior shells, dethrone false gods, and redeem a ravaged world. I'm not a big Souls guy. Oh yeah, I love Souls games. I honestly do. Played through all of them. I 100%ed Elden Ring. I played Mortal Shell. I don't know how much I played of it. This one is developed by Cold Symmetry, published by PlayStack again. Due to come out later this year. Mortal. Nope. Mortal Shell. Oh, fuck. Was it a exclusive? It was an exclusive, wasn't it? It was an Epic exclusive game, wasn't it? I bet it was. I haven't opened up Epic in so long. It's going to have, like, updates and shit, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to sign in. Fuck you. Fuck you. But I played a bunch of hours of it, for sure. And, of course, it's... Jesus fuck. What? I was going to say 13 minutes. That's ridiculous. I'll give you 10. All right. Let me put on some music while this is downloading. Let me hit the potty real quick while this downloads. Yeah, see, there it goes. 5 minutes-ish. All right, I'll be right back. What the hell happened? Why is it going up and down? Should have been done by now. The fuck? Oh yeah, we could actually look while we're waiting for this download. Actually look at the games, like what was good so far. Games that I would recommend if you wanted to play a demo. Where do we start at? Retro Space was pretty fun. About Fishing was weird but cool. Let's see what else was good. I think I like Silver Pines. I played it for 44 minutes, so yeah. Let me see. Nightmare Circus was pretty fun. What else? No. Screenbound. We've been seeing a lot about Screenbound over the past couple of years. I think couple of years they've been talking about Screenbound. It's pretty good, pretty fun. Cool little like idea of like switching like 2D and 3D. Oh, Virtue and a Sledgehammer was kind of cool. Pretty stylistic. Hack 95 was pretty fun. Don't Fret has some promise for sure. Let's see. Order of the Sinking Stars, pretty decent for a puzzle game. Oh, Out Fishing is one of my favorites. I really liked it. It's got, I mean, it's a fishing mechanic with a horror, like Lovecraftian, but it's, I don't know, man. I don't know why I liked it. Bolt Gun was good. As you might imagine, like It would be weird if Bolt Gun was bad. A Friday evening, your Steam server download is probably taking a hit. Oh, that could be, yeah. Let's see. Cosmic Fear was pretty good. What else? No Ghost at the Grand has some promise. Murky also, not bad. Not bad. Bobo's Belief System is a game that I liked. I like the idea of it, where it's a puzzle game, but you tell Bobo what he can believe and what he doesn't believe. Like, if you stop believing in gravity, gravity stops affecting you, which I thought was a neat idea. Victor Mortis, no. I have that. Or Valor Mortis. I have Valor Mortis on my list. Oh! What is that one? I need to try this. I'm probably going to start with it tomorrow. It's not Valor Mortis. It's something like that. It's Latin name. It's a game I really liked from the Summer Games Fest. It's like a mix of like FMV and point and click. There, Tenebris Somnia. That's the one. There it is, right there. Yep, Tenebris Somnia. Gonna probably start with that. That is. I've been looking at that one. I'm really excited to play that one. What else was good? Well Dweller ended up being pretty fun for a Metroidvania. Burn 9 was actually kind of impressive, even though it's just like a text-based game. It actually kept me going. It was pretty fun. I was surprised. Anti-Matcher, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's a fun little puzzle game you can jump into it pretty easily, but the puzzles do get more and more complex. But a lot of puzzle games today. A lot of puzzle games, period. I like puzzle games. What else? Bonehold was awesome. We had a lot of fun playing Bonehold. Bonehold, goddamn. That is tough to say. E.T. Bone Home, E.T. Bonehold. All right, come on, dude. Come on, Mortal Shell. Oh, Dupery. Dupery, I got sponsored to play it, but it was also I would recommend it. It's very fun. Cool little deduction. Very gamified deduction game, which I enjoyed. Yeah, I played About Fishing. I can't remember which one. Yeah, About Fishing is by the same devs who did fucking Arctic Eggs or whatever. Your demo is also a puzzle? Yeah. I bet it is. No, it's been crazy. This demo week has been fucking nuts as far as like emails and Twitter posts and shit like that. Like, I am being hit left, right, and center. By devs all day. Dwarf the Dungeonist. And it's also but I don't accept anything from Twitter or emails. It's all from my Discord, because in order to know where to post it, you have to come into the channel and figure that shit out. So anything that I've seen on Twitter or email, like, doesn't go on the list. All right, let's go. All game devs are douchebags. No, they're not. Not all of them, surely. You fucking egotistical goddamn fucking game. You gotta compile shaders, gotta be 56 gigabytes. Man, fuck you, Mortal Shell. You're already pissing me off. Like, none of these other games cost that much. Memory or fucking time. The recent PoE 2 Martyr of the Edict Easter egg has to be one of the coolest things in recent memory, in my humble opinion. What is your most memorable Easter egg in-game event? Fuck, I don't know, man. That's a tough question. Easter egg. I know there's one in there's one or two of them in Doom that I was like, oh my god, that's hilarious. You know, you find a secret room and it has like something funny inside of it. It's like you got to go through those rigmarole, and if you didn't know where the secret room is, you probably would never find it, kind of a thing. There was one in the toilet one. Wasn't there a head on a pike in a toilet or something in one of the games? And it was one of the devs or one of their friends or something. Okay, so we had to wait to download the game. We had to wait for it to compile shaders, and now we have to wait through the opening cinematic. You really know how to milk it, don't you, fucking Mortal Shell? Thank you, Vincent, for gifting out 5 subs. Yummy. Is that a baby? Yep. Okay. Resolution doesn't seem right. There you go. There you go. Okay. Motion blur is off by default. That's nice. Okay. Let's play. Yeah, the head of John Romero on a stick. Thank you, Gravy George. That's what I was thinking of.
Broke his bonds. The foundling rose to the sky and became a beacon. Fulgrim fell quiet for a time until the Undermether arrived.
The Underminer!
At first, her remains were worshipped. Yet that was not enough. They carved temples.
Do not care about the story for a demo. There we go. Arise. There we go. That's. Excuse me. How you doing?
Go on ahead. I need a few more flowers before I can join the others.
Hazel?
I think I feel her presence. The Mether. She's near.
The Mether. Oh, we're gonna do the dance of our people.
Come on, Lavender. Will you dance with me?
Of course I will. I think.
Guess not.
Will I? No. Okay, I guess I'm leaving.
Please, don't hurt Nevi. Fetch the bucket.
No!
Oh!
We need its blood for the ritual. How could you? Why?
Quit crying, you little bitch. That deer is delicious.
To die. Please, let me go.
Don't be silly. We're meeting Mether today.
Lavender. We're ready.
Okay, good.
It's time to claim what's yours.
Yeah, this thing. I'm claiming what's mine.
This night,
ripped.
Aros.
Literally, my skin has been ripped off.
He was once like any mortal. Driven by the illusion of self. Now he's pure.
Is it time for the first fight where you're mostly intended to die? But if you're really, really good, you can beat it?
With purpose. Your purpose.
My purpose. Eros. Fuck yeah, bro.
You're more than a weapon, child. Find what remains of me.
For those of you who are on ad break, you didn't miss anything. You just missed like yappity yap yap story yap lore, whispery voice yappity yap walking. There you go. You're caught up. The Iconoclast. The nails shot. And the untarnished seal.
Your true descendants are waiting.
Oh! Weird, cool. Chunky hits. acquired Ventrium. Oh, the curse of the souls. I can't jump. Oh, look, it's a pothead.
Come, learn of your strength, child.
Okay. Ranged weaponry. Gloomforge sidearm strike from a distance, felling enemies or breaking object with deadly precision, firing sidearm. All cost resolve, which regenerates when landing melee hits. Okay. Aim and fire.
To me.
It's followed us for days, the crow beast. I know it. There's something in its talons glinting in the daylight. What is it clutched in its claws? What does it want from us? Why does he laugh? Oh. You found a beacon, allowing the Undermether to locate your presence within the world and revive you here if you're defeated. Oh, okay. Got it. The beacon is still corrupted but can be cleansed to provide additional benefits when resting here. Okay. Cleanse the bacon. Strange, unrusting mechanism cracked for an unknown machine. Bring to Franz to discover his true purpose. Okay. Oh, untarnished steel. Block incoming attacks with your weapon. Time it right for perfect guard. Break. Oh, deal break damage. Okay. Somebody is more vulnerable to certain attacks. Try experimenting with light, heavy range. Okay. Will do.
Learn of your strength, child.
Nope. I guess you're weak to gun. A. Hey, stop it, dick. Wow. Those heals do not heal for very much. Now, give me that. This looks like a something. Yeah. Can I? No. No. I'll heal again. Oh, cleanse corruption. There we go. I wasn't even in the real world. I was in the beacon world. Hey, none of that shit. Ow.
Your shell.
What? What? Did I interrupt you? You were talking? Each shell can perform unique abilities. Using shell abilities cost resolve, which regenerates when landing melee hits. Why is the shell ability? Haros petrifies nearby enemies, leaving them unable to act. While hardened, they take no damage but suffer break instead. Break damage. Deals sufficient damage. Oh, leave him. Yeah, okay. Leave him vulnerable. For a riposte. There you go. Ow. Ow. Ah, it stinks. Ah, it's stinky and it hurts. Why did I come down here? Let me back up there. Drop attack, pretty good. Pretty good. It comes over here and it farts on me. Its attack is like, I'm gonna turn around and... I only get one per? Okay. Oh, bad guy. I thought you were a good guy. Damn it. Well, that sucks, and I'm dead. Your connection to the shell has been severed. Wound your enemies with melee attacks to reclaim it. You can track the progress on your seal. When you've dealt enough melee damage, you can reclaim your shell. Each shell revival demands more bloodshed than the last. Okay. Well, these guys don't allow you to melee them. That's fun. Really? Really, huh?
Come out.
Your shell serves you as a brother.
I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what I'm collecting there. Fuck do I do to those guys? Let's take away all of my health. That seems unfair. But life isn't supposed to be fair.
Your shell serves you as a brother.
Jesus. At least you can heal on the run. That's nice. Hey, Bjordan! Thank you for the 16 months. Oh, that guy was a unique boss then, huh? Or a unique guy? Come back.
My luck.
Jesus. Oh, he got me. Fucking dick. Oh, that's a... Okay. There's a strange crow up above. I swear I don't believe it, but it's too big. As it passes, its shadow covers a camp, and worse yet, I heard it chuckle like a madman. Oh, nice turnaround shot, bro. That was a good job.
What a
Oh, I didn't even get enough off of him. Okay. Oh, he had another attack. Ah, of course he did. Always have another attack. These fucking soul games, they always have that one more attack afterwards. You're not expecting it, but they'll get you with it.
Your shell serves you as a brother.
Thanks. God damn it. They just fucking let me fall and food for those fucking mushroom bitches. Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. Yep, pardon me. I just need to get back to my my souls there, or my currency, whatever it is.
Get up, breath.
No, not you. No, not you either. No, excuse me, guys. Sorry. Oh my fucking god, 2 hits and I'm dead? Fucking sick. Where's my things? Didn't I die right here? There it is. Okay. There, fuck off, bitch. I need to beat up some other guys so I can get my fucking armor back. Who? What? There. Okay. That was a lot of damage. Yep, we're doing this again, guys. We've done this before. I'm just gonna run right past y'all. Excuse me. Yeah, I know. You're all doing stuff. You're very scary. Excuse me, pardon me. Just gotta head back. At least you run really fast. I mean, relatively to other games like this. Actually, you get good speed going.
Hast thou met
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry, pardon me. Ow! Nice shot, dickhead. That guy's got some speed on him. Whoa! Felt the air on that one. There we go. I knew there was one close. I'll cleanse this bacon. Oh, switch. Okay.
to me.
Hey now, bud. Listen here. I'm just sneak on through there, excuse me. I gotta hit the head.
Come on, tumble.
I can't parry this guy. Okay. Hey, don't you camera boss me, you fucker. Still don't know what Ventrium is. I'm guessing I can look in my inventory. Find out what that shit is. Nope. There we go. Ventrium. Calcified substance often mistaken for a fragment of the Blessed Mether's bones. Consumed by the Tar Forge to improve... Oh, approved weapon. Okay. Smithing stones. Gotcha. Powerful items like equipment. Support, combat, infusion, and ability. Tar stones. Some tar stones can be equipped only with specific weapons, sidearms, experience. All equipped tar stones gain experience with same foes. Tempering tar stones with enough experience, tar stones become ready to be tempered at the Tar Forge. Oh. Okay. And there's no way to like level up right now, right? Like I have a bunch of gloom and I don't know what the fuck to do with it.
To bring my over back, you must survive.
Use your guard to defend against enemy attacks, right? Perfect guard to get a break meter, right? Enemy repulse, right? How do I fucking level up? If that's a thing you do. I don't even know if that's a thing you do. Why do I even care about these fucking gloom points? I don't remember. Oh, I don't have to do this again, do I? Did I enter it and I didn't have to? Fuck.
To me. We got a right. You lost.
Hey, look, there's a boss fight, maybe? Oh no, just a mini guy. That was fun. Just bang his head on the ground. I love it. More Bentrium. Yeah, the parry block is not super precise, like as far like as of right now. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I say I don't want to leave my shell behind. Hey, there's that big ass crow.
Careful. It's quiet. No brigands. Not even a mouse. Something's wrong.
I liked the first game, NPK. I didn't play it all the way through, but I did like it. I mean, I've played several hours of it, but it was on Epic, so I had trouble finding, or I didn't want to log into my Epic bullshit. Oh, traverse. There we go. Oh, traverse to the boss arena. Does anyone know how to level up? I'm actually asking you guys, like, am I fucking out of my mind? Like, what do I do with these gloom points? Please help me if you can. Later, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. So the red means you have to dodge it? Oh, you're expected to lose to this guy. This is that guy. Okay. Vince giving a sub to Poor Timing. Oh, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said something. I saw that comment and I should have said. Should have turned around and said, that's a knife coming at you. Yeah, you can beat him. He's that guy. That very traditional, like, super hard early boss that you're not expected to beat, but you can. When equipped, Vatra Seal allows you to harden your flesh to prevent damage from enemy attacks. Attacks and movement are paused while hardened. When hardened is broken by damage, your current attack quickly resumes. Okay. Equipping different seals dramatically alters character capabilities. Open your inventory and change equipment. Try equipping Vetra seal now. Okay. Okay. So it's... I remember that mechanic, the hardened mechanic. Yeah, it was the special sauce. Yeah, there you go. Well, intentional death fights, I think intended death fights are fine. Intentional, like, scripted deaths are not so much. But if it's something you can actually beat if you're super good, I don't mind that at all. I've done that. I've beat my head against a boss, like the first expected death boss, and beat him. But it took me hours to do it. I don't remember which one it was, but I stopped doing that. The tonic actually worked. I could hardly lift a quill before I drank it, and now look at me. Finally, I can... Indecipherable scribbling. Nope. Oh, blessed Mether, forgive us our ignorance. We only sought to give seed to your precious ovum, but instead we gave birth to violently scratched out. Bathe in the blood river, or blood lagoon. Yeah, okay, watch it. Watch it.
Come. Look.
Hey, it's Rook.
A lone egg. On the verge of spoiling.
Oh, there it is.
Perhaps the harbinger.
Do you think it's possible to use one of your testicles as a butt plug for your partner and have it still enough slack to thrust? I'd say it, but I'd say it has to be a really hot day. Sure. I will collect the ovum and commune with the undermether.
It's safe now, in your hands. Bring the ovum back to me.
No! How about no? Spaceballs 2, no question. Not even close, Pete. I have the feeling it's gonna suck. But man, if it's good, that'll be nice. Coin of Mammon. Oh, can we trade it 500 cards? Oh, the Coin of Mammon is like souls, like soul of a brave bitch. Soul of one brave bitch. She gave you a firm no. I bet she did. Did you start lightly? Like, what are your feelings about testicles in the butt? Did she shut you down there, or did you go full bore and just ask the full question? Yeah, look at that. Little cinematic run across a bridge. I have to say everything all at once before she stops listening. Fair enough. Yeah. Mortal Shell 2. Yeah, as soon as I find the next bonfire or whatever it's called, I'm gonna throw up a different game. Maybe last game. Oh fuck, I only have 15 minutes? I don't know. Maybe I won't. I told her God gave us these bodies to explore. Now we're eating Chipotle in silence. You don't have to stop at 8 hours, you know? Oh, I know I don't have to. But I also don't have to, you know, treat my wife with respect and tell her I love her and eat dinner with her, and I don't have to do any of that. I do it because it makes my life easier. You know, she might be napping. In fact, it's Fated Friday. I would be supremely surprised if she wasn't napping at the moment. There you go. Here.
Before the Harbinger.
Okay, here you go. I found your egg, guys.
Look, Rethus, as the Undermen are promised, he comes bearing an unspoiled ovum.
Yep, I do. How about this, bitch? How about this? Yeah, yeah, you willing sacrifices, motherfucker. How you like that shit? Yeah! Tell that to the Undermether.
More eggs are out there.
Yeah.
We must keep searching.
You know what?
What?
I'll spare you.
Go on, then.
What? Okay. You know what? No. I'm gonna see what happens. Not a damn thing. Oh, I was gonna shoot her right away. God damn it. They stopped me.
I know what you are, where you have been. Haros is gone, but not forgotten. There are others like him, yearning for your bond.
Oh, is she gonna be real ugly under there? Oh, she's not gonna take it off? Okay. Nope. Nada.
I am Zarel, the Shellkeeper. Though I have
am
none
the
to
Shadow
speak
Mapes, the housekeeper. Yeah. Oh. No, stop it. Mommy, tell me a story. Tell me about the time the guy in the shell came and then you smothered him with your giant heaving bosoms. What else? Got anything else to say?
These shells you see, they're more than mere flesh. Their stories hold truth.
Okay.
An answer to the great question. Perhaps.
Okay. Well, I'd keep talking to you, but holy shit, do you don't know what Q pickup means?
These shells.
Yeah, okay.
You see.
Never mind.
They're
Never mind.
more
Just
than mere
stop.
flesh.
Just I don't care. I
Their
don't care.
stories.
Let me just rest at the beacon here. There we go. Level up time.
To the great question.
Let's go.
Perhaps.
Oh, what? Oh, I don't get to pick? Oh, levels are set then, huh? Okay. That's interesting, man. Takes all the work out of it for me, which is nice. For all of the, you know. God, should I do Dex or Intelligence? God damn it. Oh, I played Mortal Shell 1 just whenever it came out, however long ago that was. And I didn't play it all the way to the end. And I probably played 1,000 games since then, so.
Praise the blessed Mother.
Shut up! Don't talk to me. You're not worthy of talking to me. I don't know what I just did, but I did something.
It's you?
Yep.
In the flesh.
It is me.
Our faith has been rewarded.
Yes, your faith has been rewarded. Now, let me just see if you stay dead, if I go and save it again. Oops. Yep, that guy is dead. No talkie-talkie for you either, huh? All right. They shouldn't have let me out. I was the wrong motherfucker to let out. Oh, this looks like a boss fight. Let's go. What did you got?
I was told you'd find me.
Yes.
Harbinger. Come.
Okay.
I see you're prepared.
I am.
But you have much to learn.
Okay. I do have much to learn, you're right.
I will test you. Well done. Perhaps you are the Harbinger.
Oh, what's the infinite seal then? Proper time parry come back enemies more efficiently, but at better risk or greater risk. Sure, why not? High risk, high reward implement. Parrying requires more precise timing and inflicts greater break damage on opponents. Foes with parry resistance will not break until their meter is full.
Let's see what you can do.
Nope. Once an opponent's parry resistance has been broken, they are temporarily vulnerable to riposte. Riposte an enemy. Yeah, okay, I know.
Well done.
Okay. So that one's tough, huh? Oh.
On guard. Well done.
Okay, so it's just training you how to use the different seals then? Cool. All right, there you go. There's your Mortal Shell for today. There's your Mortal Shell demo. Go pick it up. It's awesome. Great. Souls game. You're going to like it. Okie dokie. Well, that's going to do it for me today. We got one more full fucking day of demos tomorrow. Nothing but demos tomorrow as well. So if you want to come out and watch it, and God, what is even, I don't even have, do I have anything scheduled next week? Man, I do not. A lot of demos. A lot of demos, and I don't have anything scheduled next week. Been good for me, good for the channel. Ooh. I'll think about it. Maybe we do another week. What? Is that crazy? Is that crazy? No, it's not crazy. We have plenty of demos to do if we want to do another week next week. Sheesh. Yeah, maybe demo month. No, I don't have anything that I'm like right now that is out that I'm like itching to play, but yeah, it ends on the 22nd. I get that. But the demos usually don't go away. Like, people don't just put up their demos for Next Fest and then like take them down right away. It does happen, but it's rare that they do that. Yeah. Do it. I need to hit my demo or I'll have to use my 100-month on it. Really? That good, huh? All right, I'll think about it. But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow for the last day of demo week. Perhaps. But I'm going to go see what my wife wants for dinner. I hope it's gross and awesome.
And until next time, y'all, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia.
Ooh, that's too big.
This is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.